Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, call to order. Day 2, City of King City Strategic Planning Session, June 4th, 2026 at 10:04 a.m. We didn't do roll call yesterday, so we're probably fine with that. Is there anybody online for public comment? Okay. At this point, we will open public comment. If you are watching online and would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand.
Please raise your digital hand if you'd like to speak.
Okay, hearing none, we will close public forum and move on to the rest of our agenda for today. Jamie, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
Good. So for day 2, halfway there, right, guys? Okay, let's recap a couple of things that we're doing today, or we did yesterday. You guys picked out a mission and a vision statement. You guys identified what consensus means to you. We did kind of a check on everyone's roles and procedures and processes. We got through more than half of our 2-day agenda. We set some ground rules. I'll go over those. Everyone speaks, respect the speaker, no ideas dumb, avoid sidebar discussions, start on time, end on time, timekeeping for each speaker, silent phones, reminder, silence your phones. Take breaks, parliamentary rules followed, and no judgment. Also today we're going to be doing even more decision making. So I think it's important to remember we all are individuals here, and there will be times where you're going to be doing individual comments and ranking and everything, but ultimately you folks have any individual decision making authority? Nope. No. What's the magic number? Quorum, which is 4, right? So just remember, I don't have concerns about this group. You guys were great with consensus yesterday. But remember that you have to act as a body. Okay, so obviously, like I said, you have your individuals, you come and bring your individual thoughts, and we will lean on those where appropriate. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're hoping to get something out there where the whole group support it and not badmouth it later. Okay. Okay, let's see what I got. So our agenda. We got through all this stuff. We're now starting on goal setting. And this is finally at the planning stage. We spent a lot of time clarifying. We spent a lot of time that weird middle area. And finally, now we are doing the quote unquote actual hard work. Okay. So yesterday we started talking about where are we today. And I think Vinny brought up also like the projects you've already assigned him and things like that, right? And we would be remiss to go and launch into this new goal setting process if we didn't already address and identify what we already have in place. So I was able to identify kind of 2 big decision-making points that the council or councils past have recently adopted. So I definitely want to address those and make sure those are kind of fresh in your mind. I'm gonna bet that there's probably additional things that are in the works that I was not aware of, which is fine. There's cities do so much stuff that we might need to talk about today as well. So from my end, I know you definitely have a newly adopted transportation systems plan. That was, I believe, in 2023. I know it was 3 years ago, but in city world, that's new. Okay. And then you also have the Kingston Terrace Master Plan, which is essentially your urban reserves plan. I believe that was also adopted around that same time. So let's talk about it. Okay, transportation systems plan. This is the city's planning area that has 3 distinct places. You have the existing city limits, developed unincorporated areas, and then the UGB expansion area referred to as Kingston Terrace. It focuses on how to improve the existing transportation systems in areas 1 and 2, and then how to create a new system in the future areas. Okay, when I asked folks about what their goals were in my survey, parts of this were brought up. I think every person probably addressed this in one way. My understanding is that you were also maybe in the middle of amending it, or that was something that was brought up. Your urban reserves plan, also adopted in 2023, and it had its own set of goals and priorities. Okay, so this is the city's planning area identified as a suitable location for future urbanization. Most of future housing and employment growth over the next 20 years will be in this area. It's a tool to direct and manage the area and aims to create a vibrant, walkable, and complete community where everyday needs are easily accessible. Housing choice and affordability for all current and future residents. Safe, efficient, convenient, and reliable transportation choices to enhance connectivity and minimize automobile dependency. Protection of the environmentally sensitive lands, retention of healthy ecosystems. And the efficient and equity provision of infrastructure and associated costs between current and future residents. That almost sounds like a mission, quite frankly, and it actually does align with the mission and the vision that you folks adopted yesterday. So, things to just keep in mind. In addition, is kind of what Vinny brought up yesterday. The city continues to have ongoing operational requirements, right? I just have been sitting here for about 30 minutes and seeing all the people walking through the door, right? Talking to city staff about, I don't even know what they're talking about, but I'm sure it's a bunch of different things, right? Paying their bills, getting traffic fines figured out, things like that. And you also, of course, have your charter, you have your ordinances, you have all different policies in place that have already been adopted. We can't just stick with those, right? Even though I say, oh, we're starting from scratch, we're really not. And again, it would probably not be the best idea to do that. On top of that, you just got through the budget process. So regardless of the decisions we make today, for the next fiscal year, you're going to have a budget to work with. And of course, there can be amendments and things like that. But your budget is going to largely remain very similar to what it looks like. But things that you already do, you already are working towards providing efficient and fiscally sound municipal services, updating documents, your budget, audits, taxes and fees, all those fun things. You've already worked to enhance public safety. So it looks like you are addressing coverage concerns, accreditation and funding. I think there might have been a mention of a parks master plan. Some folks mentioned that in their goals. And then it looks like there was an infrastructure master plan, or potentially like a CIP that I've heard rumblings about. So all things that we cannot ignore as we move forward in this goal setting process. Okay. And for example, if you find, we talk about, we have this transportation systems plan, we absolutely hate it, it's terrible. One of your goals could be really to fully amend it or to get rid of it, right? There are lots of different ways in which we can address current decisions that have already been made to make sure they work with the council in the next, 3 to 5, 10 years. Okay. So I had you guys do homework both a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, and last night. And you guys all filled out a survey, and I got about 30 to 40 responses about different. I just took your comments and literally just put them in a chart. I know Gary, you provided some additional identified goals that are also printed out in front of you. Like a caveat, those are not included in my PowerPoint presentation, but you do have a copy in front of you. So I do want to make sure that it's notified. I glanced at it this morning, and I do think a lot of them actually fit into other previously. Yeah, so I think hopefully those will be included and incorporated in that way. So let's talk about those. I looked at all your goals, and just like we talked about with mission and vision yesterday, you guys, I think, are more aligned than you think, okay, which is a good thing. That's a really, really good thing. Now we're all going to have, again, we're all individuals. We're going to have different nuanced ideas and thoughts about how to address our goals and how to get there. But I really, truly, I'm not just saying this to be nice. I think you guys really are aligned. Yeah, majority aligned. So I took the liberty, okay, and this is again, just like our recommended mission and vision yesterday. These are my recommendations. I will take no offense if you see these and you're like, absolutely not. Okay, no offense. I will not cry. Robin won't cry. She didn't actually take part in this. This is really just some kind of like nudging along that I tried to do to see if I could, as an outsider, read all the goals we identified and see if I could categorize them. Because guess what? You can't do 30 to 40 things. It's not going to happen at all. It just won't, no matter how large your city of Portland can't even do that. All right.
Yeah.
So I categorized your goals into kind of 6 areas. All right. And these are also kind of stated in your handout sheet that I provided with your needs and wants. So looking at all the things you guys brought up, I noticed the following things. I think you guys want to amend your transportation systems plan. That seemed like however it was currently written is just maybe not working in the way it should, and there should be at least tweaks at a minimum.
So Jen, you were actually in the process of that now. So yeah, so that's good.
Well, glad we're aligned. In addition, continuing to implement the Kingston Terrace Master Plan. Okay, it sounds like there was a lot of work that went into that plan. It sounds like that is where the future growth is going to be. So let's continue to implement it and not forget about it and start doing something that might be contradictory to it, right? You want to support community-focused growth based on quality of life. I heard this yesterday when you guys were talking about your mission and the vision. That is one thing I definitely heard. Okay, so I think that, in my opinion, was something that I wanted to kind of put for your top priorities. Adopt a capital improvement and infrastructure plan. It sounds like you might have one already or one's in the works. Okay, so we can tweak that. But there was definitely a lot of things that I saw that would fit into some sort of a capital improvement plan or an infrastructure plan. That or adopting one of those would address a lot of the goals underneath it. You want to provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal services. Okay, I also heard that theme yesterday during the mission and vision process, right? And then strengthen community trust and confidence. It sounds like that in the past, at least, there has been some concerns about trust and confidence within the work the council does and that the staff does. And, you know, maybe that's now fixed, but I guarantee you working with cities, it might come back, right? It's always something that I think cities and governments in general should be at least identify and have a plan in place on how they're going to address it when controversial topics come up, or for whatever reason, folks get a little nervous around you guys. Okay, so those were my suggestions. What are your initial thoughts on those? What do y'all think? Good or bad? I will not cry or take any heartache over your thoughts. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I like the way you've broken it down. It's gonna help us try to categorize things and then get more detailed on how to prioritize within each of those buckets. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to say you almost have it in the perfect order as well. And I am particularly struck by support community focused growth based on quality of life. I mean, that is like a mission statement in a way, or a vision.
Do you need to parse that into your mission statement?
Yeah. I really like it a lot.
Dave?
Yeah, no, I really like it. One thing that I just want to keep reminding the council is there's only one of me and only so many hours in the day. This is a great list. Just remember though, when we go through this, in my opinion, there's a lot of stuff here that I probably have that Jamie does not have. And the reality is even the list that we've compiled today, the execution of me being able to execute those is probably 1 to 2 of those in a year. So it's just, and then we got to talk about too, is at any time of any of these that come up, you got to think of any email that I send to our engineering firm, to Missy, to anything like that comes at a dollar value. So even if you're assigning something to me to say, Vinny, go look into that, there's a cost to that. And just a question could come out to be a few $1,000s. So that's just kind of planting those seeds into the heads that when we go through and we plan this, just looking at what are the things that we can actually execute that we can move forward with. And then the other things, just having those in a priority schedule. So as things free up, we then move right into the next and we keep going down the line. But the way in the learning lessons that I'm seeing right now of sitting in the seat for that 5 months is I'm struggling chasing things at a shotgun approach, where I'm starting to see that I'm like, okay, I got to start setting some boundaries and prioritizing and stuff like that. And I need your all help with doing that. so that we can be successful and actually hit the milestones that we want to hit. But anyway, that's the soapbox statement I wanted to make.
Totally appropriate. And you just got a new city manager. Maybe something we identified today is help Vinny prioritize the list of things you guys already have been doing.
Absolutely.
That could be one of these goals. 100%.
Yeah, I think it has been discussed as one of the goals we wanted to come out of today.
Because there's great ideas and I want to make sure too that we're capturing those and keeping them in a list. And that's, I have a bunch of stuff that we can share later today too, because I don't know, and Jamie, you made a great point. I have some documents here that I'm kind of sitting on. If I'll pass out, I don't want to derail our folks' the great presentation that they're doing. But if we do get into the conversation about our SDC project list, either parks or transportation, we have a resolution that's been passed that I don't know if folks in the room have fully absorbed and know what projects we have. And then the dollar values that we have, through all of our projects, we're at hundreds of millions of dollars of projects that are already in the works. So these are things too, like Jamie made a great point of the Kingston, master plan. We have our parks. There already are about 4 or 5 parks projects that equate to be, these are probably in $30+ million. So just things to think about that there's already some plans in the works that we need to figure out funding, or if you folks want to add things in, then we just have to reprioritize and move things around. So.
One of my concerns, and I think as we prioritize our goals here, is 4 of us are up for election. So I think we need that needs to ride on what does this cohesive group that we've got going absolutely want to accomplish this year with this group before we add the element of potentially new people coming on to the council.
So what is the uncertainty of elections, right? How are we gonna make sure that decisions we make today, we don't know if we're gonna get elected again. We hope we do, but will there be things?
Yes or no?
Right, or hope that we don't, maybe, I don't know. It's like, we're good. But those are all things that we need to have.
But I think that's one of the things that we should think about as we prioritize things, because I know after sitting here on council, but also as a resident coming to meetings, that there are some things that could change if we don't do it now, this month, this year.
Oh,
I think Linda has,
okay, good, right.
Linda?
It might be implied in here under provide efficient fiscally sound municipal services, but one of the things Vinny has mentioned to us is the trajectory of our income versus expenses within a 12 to 18 month period even. I mean, it's upon us now. So the identifying income resources that can feed into help us with all of this, I think needs to be addressed. And I think it's really important, like you say, Sandy, that that's something we want to kind of outline and prioritize somewhere in here so that we don't end up on a cliff where we have to really revamp.
100%.
And that's going to take time. It's not a, get the idea and implement it.
I'm gonna go to Gary and then Jim.
Just following up on what I just heard. For this year, for this council, I'd like to see maybe another subsection, maybe that we identify policy decisions that this council wants to make sure they don't get lost in the, like policy on different subjects that would fall in these different categories to sort of set the stage for a future council to know what we're thinking. So they aren't necessarily action items that any would have to do, but it would be like resolutions on different subjects.
Well, I think when you set goals, you have to think about what's doable in 6 months, a year from now, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. And, I mean, the transportation system plan, good, bad, or indifferent, I'm not gonna judge it because the idea when that was made was it was like, this is what the end goal should look like. And I think a lot of the same thing with the Kingston Terrace Master Plan. This is what the end goal should look like, and how we get there along the way are the strategic goals that you make. And just like, you know that someday you're going to replace the roof on your house, so you set a certain amount of money aside each year towards that $20,000 hit. I mean, you know, so you don't always get to go to Disneyland.
These are all
They
things
try to
that.
get to Disneyland,
Disney rule.
That's like for a green pillar.
I-
No, these are all things.
Maybe we're focusing a little bit too much on the weeds right this second. And and maybe I'm wrong, but we need to kind of, part of it is we need to project out into the future and then walk back to what is, you know, now. And just like this council has changed many things of a council of 5 years ago, let's face it, and that's real.
Yeah, so we will address all those things.
And
Okay.
so you can't have a bunch of resolutions that are going to, thinking that they're going to tie the hands of a future council. That's not real.
So, before, we're gonna jump kind of back, so these are, I just wanna throw these at you, they're been thrown at you. I'm gonna go back to our definitions page, okay, everyone have that, at least I can pull it out. Strategic planning terms and definitions.
Definition.
This one.
Yes.
And I have a volunteer, please read what a goal is. Go ahead, Cindy.
Broad and long-term aims that define accomplishments of the mission. A condition that will exist in the future that is considered desirable by members of the organization. Often guided by SMART principles, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. Example is profitability, maximize net income by increasing revenues and controlling costs.
So, Rob and I were talking yesterday, and she's like, you know, another example is, let's say you want to run a half marathon. That could be your goal, running a half marathon. Okay, so that is your main goal. Can I have an example, or sorry, someone, a volunteer, read what objective is? Jan?
Specific, quantifiable, realistic targets that measure the accomplishments of a goal over a specified period of time. Component parts of a goal even more specific and measurable. Example, increase revenues by 12% in 2023. Limit increases in overhead costs by 2% in 2023. Achieve a 5% reduction in management staff through increased automation.
So if you compare, you know, the goal, which is profitability, or let's say running a half marathon, with the objectives to get you there, right? That might be, okay, for profitability, we need to increase revenues. We need to limit overhead costs. We need to achieve a reduction in management, you know, staff, unfortunately, right? I'm not recommending that here. But for running a half marathon, some of the objectives would be, well, maybe I need to sign up for a half marathon first, right? I need to register for one. Maybe I need to get some running shoes, right? If these are our goals, objectives are going to address some of the things. How are we going to get there? And then the action planning, which staff will help do later. When are we going to get there? Right? Maybe some of the objectives you guys can check off within the next 4 months. Okay. Maybe some of them, they're there, but you're not going to be able to even address them or look at them for another 2 years. Okay. So these are things, just want to have again in the back of your head. When we go through the list of the goals and objectives you've identified. So we're going to go through each of these in more detail. Okay. So first one I have is provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal services. That is a lot of text on a PowerPoint. These are also going to be in front of you on the goals, needs versus wants sheets. Okay. So the identified. You guys have two from the label categorized on this. Okay, take it at home, I printed out extras. Does anybody need an extra copy? So. So, let's have folks go around the room and read out the different goals that I put underneath this category. Gary, can we start with you? Can you read the first one?
Adequate staff in place to manage growth, to stabilize income and expenditures, and continue to provide great service to the community.
Okay. Stability to ensure the city can operate reliably.
Revenue diversification to reduce risk and increase fund growth.
Generate revenue to keep up with growing city expenses.
Maintain a financially sound budget and complete audits on time.
Establish long-term financial sustainability.
Build organizational capacity and modernize operations.
Right-size staffing and invest in systems, technology, and processes to support a growing city, while ensuring new resources are aligned with sustainable funding. This includes improving efficiency, reducing reliance on manual workflows, updating key plans such as financial planning, emergency management, and current CIP.
And I also put update the charter in there. I know it kind of seems like an oddball for the rest of them, but it is ultimately, your charter is gonna dictate how you provide your services.
And that is in process.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so, any thoughts about, we're not, gonna identify if these are needs or wants yet, but any thoughts about those identified goals underneath providing efficient and sound, fiscally sound service? Feeling okay about that? Like, seem like you fit there? Next one, there's nothing to read. What is to continue to implement the Kingston Terrace master plan? I have ended up calling this thing so many different things. I don't know why, but that one was not necessarily identified as a subcategory, but again, like as I mentioned, it's something you guys already have, we cannot forget about it, so I put it in its own category. It is gonna have its own objectives already in place. Okay, amend the transportation system plan. Let's go back to Gary. Can you read the first one?
Get the existing transportation system plan.
Got copies of it. Go ahead. No. Thank you for explaining that. 'Cause I was like, what does that even get it where? Okay, so you just have copies of it? Yeah, I would not read it. All right. Realign TSP.
Minimize regional cut through traffic.
Revised transportation plan and road construction to accommodate new development.
All right, any thoughts on those?
Like what?
I mean, good or bad, what do you think? What pops to your mind when you hear those things being identified?
Well, minimize regional cut-through traffic. When you build, we have the Tualatin Valley Fire people give a presentation a while back. And the more residential is built out, the more access they need. So if you go and build everything out without access, you limit their ability to get in and service people. So I said this yesterday. Governments are not proactive, they're reactive. Here's a situation where you need to be proactive to build infrastructure. Just like when you look at the new Kingston Terrace out there, they put all the roads in, they put the houses up. They didn't put the houses up first, they put the roads up later. They did what they needed to do first to make that efficient as they build up. So that's one thing that I would say. You can't put roads in after the fact. They have to be there before so that our service providers can have access. Our police, our fire. We had Beef Bend Road was closed last year for a month or so, about a month around Christmas. If you had to go somewhere, you had to go all the way around to Sherwood. We can't wait for our fire people to go all the way around to Sherwood if there's a fire over there. So they have to have access. That's a requirement. So that's my opinion on that.
Fire apparatus are large.
Yeah.
I always have a thing. I'm the person that has to minimize regional cut through traffic. I have a serious amount of traffic on my street because of the growth. And I think that's happening on Royalty Parkway. I think it's happening on King George. There's lots of different ideas.
So let's be intentional about our planning, right? Because we know people, commuters, we all do it. If you know the main road is busy or there's traffic, we're gonna cut through the neighborhoods, right? I live on one of those streets in Salem where it's not meant to be a major arterial, but it runs parallel to one. And so during rush hour areas, lots of people are flying through my street, right? And so I think that to me, what that tells me, no, I don't know if I live on your street, is that we need to be intentional. And there are ways to do that. Any other thoughts or questions or anything? Okay. Let's move on. All right, adopt a capital improvement and infrastructure plan. Where did we leave off? Let's see. Do we get to Vince? Were you the last person to speak or is this your turn?
I think, Dan, you read the.
Oh, so it's Linda's turn?
Maintain, excuse me, and improve core infrastructure and public safety. The city should continue investing in streets, sidewalks, traffic management, and pedestrian safety, so growth is matched by reliable infrastructure and a safe community environment.
Vince, did you write that? It sounds like what you just said.
I got this one, upgrading the sidewalks. That's it, that's all we gotta do.
Ensuring we have the infrastructure, both physical and operational, to meet increasing service demands. All new positions, programs, and investments will be evaluated based on service need, long-term costs, and their ability to improve efficiency or support revenue.
Complete a dock for community members. Woo-hoo!
What is a dock?
I'm sorry.
It's the paddle launch, I believe, that they're
Paddle.
referring to, yeah.
Okay.
Back to you. That was a good question, though.
Capital investment to protect long-term community assets.
Stop the road through the Bankston property. Did I understand that Bankston property is like a reserve, like an?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
like it is.
I had like, I was like, I don't know what that means. I Googled, okay.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on this?
Yes,
Oh, okay, Gary.
stop the road through the Bankston property should probably be under the amend transportation system plan category.
Yeah.
Oh, good call, Gary.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Harry.
Who got up there?
And I have a question, Jane.
Sure.
So on all of these on this sheet, as a former project manager, it was so important. It doesn't schedule, doesn't, so at some point, we'll take these and we'll schedule a completion date. And for who's responsible for them.
Absolutely. So what's gonna happen, we will not do that today. What will happen is that we will get our goals and objectives identified, and then your staff are gonna look at what are your resources. And they are gonna say, okay, this is our recommendation on when and how much money to do these things. So they will provide that to you for you guys to approve. Sign on for. So yes, that is definitely something that ideally in a perfect world, that will be.
And just to, I don't mean to hammer this home so much, it's probably you guys are gonna be annoyed with me by the end of the day. But as a project manager, right, if you're thinking about that, Steve, I think that's a great mindset. If I'm the executioner, I'm gonna be the executor and I'm gonna be directing staff to do these things. With all of this in a list, right? The reality is execution is gonna be, I just want to get the piece of everybody of just the understanding, the expectation. It's gonna be a small number. So there will be, in my experience of doing these in the past, is when I've done capital projects that have gone up into 25 years and forecasting those out, you put a plan together, but then it becomes where it's aspirational at that point, right? So you have your aspirational. So some of these are going to be aspirational projects. Some of them are going to be actual that we can execute and we can actually show the product. The other thing I just wanted to touch on real quick is you guys need to pat yourselves on the back and give yourselves some credit. You guys have done a lot since you've been here. Even some of you that have been here for a short period of time, we're redoing the charter. The charter we have a review next week. That's a big deal. We got the TSP amendment in. That's rocking right now. That's a big deal. There are huge things that have already in the works that we're working on. We have an employee handbook that I'm working through. So just give yourselves some grace in that, I know that it probably looks like, people are like, oh, there's all these things we want to do and all of that, but take a moment to just, appreciate and I'm very, happy that coming in here and seeing all the things that you folks have done already. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you all, that as we're looking at these, you guys have done a lot already. So don't look at it like you haven't done anything and we got to do all these things for you guys to feel accomplished. You guys have done a lot. So anyway.
And to that point, Vinny, a lot of evidence is at the end of our city council meetings, everybody talks about what they've done over the last month. And compare that to 2 years ago and the kind of input you get from those people. Oh, I didn't do anything, nothing. I've got nothing to say, nothing to report. It was a stark difference between now and then.
Yeah.
Huge.
I would like to state the obvious that there's some urgency now about the road going through the Bankston property. Carla Bankston died. Everybody in this room knows that. And now the family is in possession of the estate. And they'll be making some decisions, I think, sooner than we thought that they would be. So I just wanted to state the obvious. Everybody in this room knows that.
It seems to me, you may want to address this later. It just seems like some of these that are separated under different topics overlap with another section, right? So just as an example, revised transportation plan to accommodate new development interfaces nicely with ensuring the infrastructure, both physical, meets the service demands, right? So there's a little, I don't want to call it repetition, but if we can identify where doing one thing is going to solve the other, then we can kind of reduce that big long list in some ways. So I just didn't know when you might be addressing that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There definitely is overlap, which is not a bad thing,
No.
right? Because everything you do is eventually going to impact something else, right? So these are all great comments. Any other thoughts about this category?
I like to, Benny, you were talking about, you guys put together a list of staff together. I would assume that there'll probably be some negotiation in that process. Some push-pull or something like that. That makes sense.
Do you mean in the, like the staff's recommendation?
Yeah, like when you can do something and when you can't, like scheduling.
Yeah, I mean, some of it too is out of our control, right? Like we have an external engineering firm that we use, and then living in a seasonal state, you know, construction projects can typically only be done out of certain months of the year, because if you're pouring concrete, you're not going to do it in the middle of December, right? So depending on what the projects are, yeah, it would dictate on that. And then also on our external partners. And then, yeah, it can get pretty complex, but it would be the way that I kind of envision it is, you know, in previous employers, I might have them come and say, you know, hey, Vinny, here's 114 projects that we want to do next year. And then I would come back and be like, you can do 43. And then it would be like, what do you mean 43? And it'd be like, what about the other 100 that we have or whatever it is, you know? And I'd be like, well, we'll put those into a plan. And then it would get to the point of, what can we actually execute in the next year? And then we put together a 5-year plan. A 5-year plan is very important for a financial strategy. Then you can kind of see kind of the funding of how much money we're anticipating we're going to get, how much our expenditures, and it's not 100% accurate. When you play in budget worlds, it's all assumptions. You're just using the best information that you have. But then in a 5-year plan, that's kind of what we've talked about this, I think, a little bit as I've shared little nuggets with you. The idea is I want to bring a budget strategy, financial plan, 5-year forecast that ties in directly into this, because then we can kind of see, like, we might have no money. We might be in a deficit where it's like, these are great ideas. We need to figure out how to get money in the door. And then it then goes to these, right? And then we start to see, or, you know, Gary, we talked about this. And if we're running a capital project, you know, there's a lot of times where funding sources are not identified yet, or it's like, hey, we're going to apply for this appropriations from a federal earmark. And so we're going to go to Representative Salinas. We're going to do a lobbying effort. We have a plan, we have a project, and then we put on our cash flows in fiscal year 2029, we're doing this. So we're planning for that. We're planning to get, you know, $5 million for this project. As we go down that line, as we get closer to 2029, that project's in the queue and we're going to go for it. If that funding mechanism falls off and we don't get it and there's no backup plan, you take that project, goes to the bottom of the list, and then you go to the next one. But you have funding assumptions that, because there's grant monies out there, there's other opportunities that we can't apply for today because we don't have everything, all the things done that we need to meet the requirements, but you still put it on the cash flow. So that's kind of how you would work projects out. And then some projects that we're going to talk about are so robust. Like, you know, we get into the TSP, for example, and then there's some projects here on the project list that tie to the transportation system plan. And those projects can be 3-5-year plans or projects, right, for construction. Where even then we could run up into a funding mechanism where we get only maybe 30-60% design. The funding source that we had no longer is viable. So we push it off and keep moving. But we got to put a list together. And then, like you said, Steve, absolutely in a project mindset, we got to have timelines on things. And kind of what Jamie and Robin are putting together, in my experience with strategic planning, is you have the goals, objectives, and then the action items, and then the roles and responsibilities of who's in charge of that and who's running with that. All take on all of these and start delegating to people. But then it could come back where I could say, hey, this effort that we see, we can't get done until 2031. You're, you know, that's just where we're at with this one. And here's why, kind of. And then you take that one and maybe we do, you know, I give updates every 6 months or something on that, or I give an update once a year, right? Because there's nothing, it's so far out in advance that I don't need to, other ones that are within a shorter period of time, I can give updates more regularly, right? Because we're moving on those. And then something might happen that then we pivot and we go to the next action item. So does that kind of answer your?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need 3 days. So
Sorry, I get really excited with this stuff too. We could talk about this for hours,
I
but
love it.
Well, no, and it's good that you guys have a city manager, he didn't pay me to do this, a city manager who's so into
Yeah.
planning and stuff, because again, it is staff who is gonna create these action plans for you, because they're the experts in knowing what you can and cannot do, and they know what contracts you have in place, what grants are available, all those things. In my opinion, it would be a bad idea for me to put out an action plan for you guys, right? Because I don't know what your resources are. I didn't know what Bankston property was until a few moments ago, right? So these are all things why, obviously, I wish I could give you like a complete roadmap with all the pit stops and when they're gonna happen and things like that, right? But that has to occur internally, because you just have that information. So it's good that you guys have Vinny here though, who has experience doing that and who birds out on it, it sounds like a little bit. Because, no offense.
no, I do. I love it.
Yeah, you're talking. You've done that before, actually. So I'm like, that was confident. So things like that, again, I always feel like it's like almost a letdown when I go into the groups and say, yeah, I'm gonna get the strategic plan for you. And if I'm like, I ain't telling you how to do it, like, you know, you're just like, all right, you know, here's all the hard work you have to do now on your own, right? But that ultimately is just the reality of it. But knowing where you're going, right? Knowing that you're gonna run a half marathon, right? Or knowing you're going to Disneyland, whatever that is, knowing where you're going is already gonna set you up for so much success. For both staff and council. Okay. All right. So let's continue on. We addressed all the capital improvements / infrastructure type of things. Let's move on to the supporting community focused growth based on quality of life. I have no idea where we left off. So who was the last person?
I'll just go. I'll start.
Go, let's start.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Expand city services that support growth and improve convenience for residents. This includes exploring partnerships with the United States Postal Service for local postal services, offering passport photo services, and identifying other practical ways the city can provide needed services directly to residents.
Enhance quality of life through community-focused amenities and transparent governance. This means supporting amenity residents want, such as trails, natural areas, dog parks, pickleball, and community gathering spaces, while also improving transparency, communication, and trust in city decision-making.
Look forward to develop with common sense.
Growth in a responsible and cost-effective way.
Integration of the values and needs of the new younger city residents with the retired city residents.
Bring together the various neighborhoods for a better city.
Looking forward instead of focusing on the past.
Harmony within the public sphere.
That is definitely much more of a feel good type of category than like, put a transportation system plan in place, right? But you could see, to Linda's point earlier, how these all touch on different aspects, right? So again, it's very much aligned. Any thoughts on those? Any good thoughts, bad thoughts, neutral thoughts? They all sound like. they're
Some of
pretty
them
aligned.
were, I'm sorry, I should have raised my hand. Some of them don't really strike me as being clear, like look forward to develop with common sense. Is not real specific, so I'm not sure what that means.
Look ahead.
Yeah,
Or is it development? Like, does that refer to the development? Like the expansion with common sense?
I didn't write this to be intentional. Yeah.
Yeah, or intentional, yeah.
Putting a park where no one can access it, that's not common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be where people can access it. Yeah.
okay.
Any other thoughts, questions?
So I'm sorry, just, you lifted this off that survey you read. These are verbatim in a sense. Okay, thank you. You probably said that. I just missed it.
Okay. All right. So our last kind of categorized major goal was strengthen community trust and confidence. Let's see.
Ronnie hasn't read.
Oh.
You know?
Thanks for throwing me under the bus.
How about you read both of them? There's only two.
When we showed up.
This
Where
right
is it?
here, on the background.
Actually, yeah, the bus.
You're on.
I forgot how to read. All right.
You're chewing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Continue.
Continue rebuilding and reinforcing trust through transparent, consistent, and fiscally responsible decision making. This includes clear communication, high quality service delivery, and well-defined roles in governance. Prioritize openness in how decisions are made, how resources are allocated, and how outcomes are measured. Ensure residents feel confident in the city's leadership and long-term direction. Second one, continue confidence in the mayor, city council, city manager, and staff.
What are our thoughts on those?
I mean, I just have to say, I really like, where it says prioritize openness and how decisions are made. So we talked about like being transparent and that's a good like buzzword, but prioritize openness and how decisions are.
I'd be a little concerned if y'all are like, no, we should not do this. I think, ultimately, this is also kind of one of those feel good categories, right? But ultimately, it's, we talked about force fields yesterday, right? The pushback that you get or the support that you get. And for both this category and the one before, having that community support and that transparency and that trust and confidence, you can't get anything done if you don't have that backing you, because people are going to either not understand why something's happening. They are going to question it, they're going to push back, they're going to, why are you adding this fee to my, my bill? What's going on? So if you have the trust and confidence, they trust you to know that you're doing the right thing. That's really going to go a long way. So I know some people are not feelers at all and don't like the feel good stuff or the feel bad stuff, any type of feeling. But the reality is that you need to have the feel good stuff to make sure that the, practical and the checkbox type of things get done. So, any other thoughts on that? No? Okay. My next question though is anything missing? So I know Barry, you brought in a list of things. Was there anything that wasn't addressed in some form? I think what we just talked about, or anybody else had anything that you see a gaping hole, like something's definitely missing that we did not talk about, or it was not potentially addressed in any of the things we just did. And to answer that, I'm going to have you do your Slido. So there's the QR code. I'll give you guys some time, don't worry. Go ahead and in your own words, type in what might be missing. Interview from yesterday.
This is still on.
If you had someone have, you might have to rescan it.
Oh, we have to do it again?
Yeah.
It's a terrible job yesterday trying to.
Forcing technology.
Should have no service in there.
What would you like added to your list, Vinny?
Getting closer, I can run up there.
Do whatever you want. Just gotta prioritize it.
Yeah. Does anyone need help scan that?
Oh, wait, here we go.
It's loading. You need one. Okay.
It's just Wi-Fi.
Oh, you need Wi-Fi?
Password? Well, it's just
No, there's like no service in this.
a cement building.
Yes.
I mean, I guess in the generalization, it could be,
When are we gonna get to your list?
there's Chris.
Is that what we're gonna do while we're eating lunch? So that we don't eat all of our calories?
I couldn't get that.
Oh, sure. See if I can. Sometimes the glare on the screen.
Right.
Yeah, click on that right there.
Oh, that. I was trying to click on photo.
I have a question. you're asking for other goals that other than just these big categories.
Or the
Specific-
little ones.
The little ones.
Is there a gaping hole anywhere? I mean, obviously, we could go on and add goals and goals and goals, right? But is there anything that you're thinking in the next 3 to 5 years is missing? Also recognizing limits with resources, time.
Well, I could simply say, see my list. Okay,
I'm not gonna make you type out your whole
no.
thing.
Just realized I can't fix my grammar, can I?
No, it's all.
I guess we can't see who's supposed to what.
Now we know.
But we do.
Well, I kind of threw myself out there. That's. I'm transparent, so I can tell you guys which one's mine. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'd add on orientation, new counselors.
You
Yeah, that would have been a
speaking from experience out there.
little.
Okay, did everybody get a minute to add in what they wanted to add? I'll rush you. All right, so let's talk about, let's review some of these. Let's start with, it's not on the screen anymore, but it is not sure how this fits. Because it's mostly out of our control, but deep and road improvements. Maybe the goal is continued collaboration, lobbying with surrounding areas. And third people. Do we feel, what do you think about that?
I think that's a good one, man.
Did you write it?
No, I didn't. No, my list.
Oh, you guys are more aligned than you think, right? Another one is somehow we need to mention a parks plan.
Isn't that implied with some of the other things you said, even though the word parks hasn't been actually cited, like livable, amenities, huh?
Well, I wrote that, it's good, but I noticed that we have complete adopt for community members, so we specify a particular project there. And so I thought that maybe we need to mention parks.
Okay, yeah.
Or a parks plan.
No, I think that's.
One of the past things that we had discussed was creating a separate parks master plan to provide more definition than is in the Kingston Terrace master plan on where community parks should really be located before we become overcome by events like developers taking up property.
Exactly, yes, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, and so that was the idea, I think, behind some of the things on parks is let's get more specific so that development doesn't overtake what our abilities are to put parks where they're really needed.
So, well, as an example of what we're talking about with the parks, isn't that a more of an objective within one of the larger goals we've talked about already there?
I would say part of implementation of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so identifying things that might be under the objective, the second category here, versus a goal, because a goal we've already cited might cover that specificity. I can't say that word. You know what I mean, the specific. elements.
Yeah, I know. No judgment, no judgment. Vinny?
Yeah, so just so folks are aware, I don't know how many of you have seen this. So we don't have a true parks master plan, but we do have in the Kingston Terrace plan, a park already, a parks plan. The other thing is on the list that we already have is there's about 5 projects that are already allocated to parks where there's already money going into escrow or will go into escrow for that. So just keeping that in mind, there's a 7-acre park that's going to be built out on the west side that's already done. The other thing that we just need to keep into our minds, the development and stuff is already happening. We're in the middle of it. the Parks Master Plan should have been done previously. And that's just the reality that we're in, right? So we missed that. There's things that we can do though, I think, moving forward to meet what you folks are looking at. But I just want to just to show this, that there is some concepts that are already put together. There could be stuff that we could redo. But again, I'm gonna hammer the budget hammer. A master plan is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so a lot of times, if you don't get a grant, that comes out of general fund. And so again, we're in a deficit. And so just to throw that out there, probably not fans with this when I say this comment. Parks can be draining on an operational for a city. That's why the city of Portland has a levy for their parks, and they still struggle to maintain those. And so just thinking about that for the city our size and the operations, as we're talking about planning, parks are very well, they're great if they're planned out in advance and that we have a funding mechanism to support those. Because unfortunately, parks have money going one way, and that's not coming to us, it's going out. So just throwing that out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And another reason I thought it would be important to have that in there, specifically parks, is wouldn't it be nice if we had a Friends of Bankston Park where, like Friends of the Twelve River, where people clean up the river. Friends of Bankston Park could be volunteers from the city who maintain the park, offloading some of the labor from the city.
That's definitely a possibility to look into. And we can go in, I don't want to derail this and make this into an acquisition conversation. It's, but yeah, no, that's something that we can talk about, that the things in the property acquisitions that looking at that is, how much money do we have in SDCs? If we have money, like just looking at this right now, total project costs for our community parks, the park blocks. So those park blocks that we have that are going to be like the West Side one that are 7 acres. There's supposedly, the way that's list is where as these areas develop, this is where developers will also put in parks like they did here. That money is already going into, or will be going into escrow for that purpose. So we don't have access, like we have like $1.5 million right now that's sitting in escrow, I believe, that's going to the parks in the South blocks. That's an escrow. I can't grab it. So that's money that's already to these. So just keeping that in mind as we're looking at parks, we only have a little bit right now of SDCs to play with.
Quick question.
Yeah.
And then I'll drop it.
Yeah.
The 7 acre park that you're talking about, is that green strip now? And it's got a playground area, I think.
Yeah, so it's a 7 acre strip that'll come down here into Kingston Terrace. There'll be an
That's
amphitheater,
already done.
pickleball. Yes, oh yeah. In about 2 years, I believe, 2-3 years, they're gonna start building that. Once it's so the thing is too, when we're looking at strategy and just my opinion is from where I sit, and I love this conversation because we're all having really good dialogue, and I think that's great. That's where we should be. But just looking at that, there is strategy if you have a developer come in and they're able to purchase property that they can then build a park out. They build it on our behalf. We don't have to do that. If we acquire and we do the acquisition of a property, that CapEx becomes ours. Now we have to take on the development. We have to go and find we're subcontractors at that point. We're hiring people to go do it. Then we have to maintain it. These strategies allow others to do that. We then take it and then we own it after the fact. But that's just one option. There's always options out there. So just to throw that out there. There are some other properties too that are geared to being parks that are actually closer to the river that are in place too that we haven't talked about either. So that comes down to kind of like, and I hate to say it, there's been some things that have dropped into my lap in the last probably week that create a little bit of an interesting situation when we start talking about parks. And we'll talk about that later, but there might even be another piece of property that might be up for grabs that somebody is coming and talking to the city about that's actually on the Tualatin River. So just throwing that out there, that it's a very interesting time for the seat that I'm in, of the conversations that are being thrown my way. So there'll be more updates on that soon.
I just have a question with that. The idea that Steve Logan will have friends at the Bankston property. Do you envision that as a separate funding mechanism from the city? Or have you not gotten that far yet?
A group of volunteers.
Well, how are you envisioning that it would be funded? Like the River Keepers have fundraisers and do things all on their own. So the Friends of Bankston would be.
Maybe donating labor.
We donate labor, but would we be looking to the city for Metro for the money? Right, that's just a question to throw out.
We would probably-
If I'm understanding correctly, you're talking about the volunteers to come and mow grass, cut
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
no monetary,
You bet,
right?
Absolutely.
Just maintaining it.
Maintaining it.
But how are we going to purchase the Bankston property?
Oh,
That's the
That's
big
that's the big
question
question,
is.
yeah.
And the other thing, just when you're looking at that too is, and these are things that I'm learning, you have, your assessed value, real market value. There's areas too that are developable land, that 10X is the property. And then you have areas that maybe are not developable, but they can become a park that then lowers the real market value, that then makes it more desirable. And that's kind of the situation that we're finding ourselves in right now. And so that's just and then it's looking at, what can you put there, what amenities? I've told you some ideas that I have of prior, looking more of like a private business of doing that, of operating a city from that lens. One of these might tie into that and it might be more suited. So then there is a revenue stream that's coming in something like that. But again, there's a lot of different options to look at this. The things that I just look at is I'm a big dollars and cents guy, and I just don't want us to ignore the SDCs that we have for parks already. The other thing is we have park SDCs going for the West Side Trail. That's a huge, I don't know how many folks are aware of that. That is a massive effort on staff and also putting trail systems down by our community park that we have today. That's millions of dollars. So there's the boat ramp that we want to do that's not even listed on here, the paddle launch. That's going to probably be a $2 million project. So these add up as they start to go. This is I've been in this situation before at TriMet where, you have all these great ideas and projects, but unfortunately we have to figure out, and that's what the whole purpose of this is. That's why I'm so excited for Jamie and Robin to be here, because what we're doing today, this is what we're doing then every year come January. And Jamie kind of mentioned that we're going to hit the ground and start doing these strategies. The best part of what they're doing for us is they're giving us the blueprint. They're giving us the ground, kind of that groundwork. Then we take it from there and we'll keep maintaining it. But this is probably the best money since I've been here spent, is putting something like this together. This is what we talked about when we talked about goal settings when I first came on. And my question was, where's our roadmap? Where's our strategy? And it was, we don't have one. And it's like, we got to have that. So then we can start having these conversations and then putting things to actually execute. And I know, it's not fun to tell you guys this. Being a budget person is, budget people are not loved. They're loved on July 1st. When the budget is first, July 2nd, everybody doesn't like it because they're coming to you and saying, can I buy this? And I go, no, you can't. It's not in the budget. So that's just that's the reality. But if we can get ahead of this and plan for it, we can do whatever you guys want. It's just, and I love, Steve, you have that project management mindset, which it's just planning things out. And then when do we have it come in? Vince, you and I have talked. I mean, all you have very specialties that we put our brains together. We have people that have worked in plumbing for a very long time in her career that understands things. We have a man over here that dives into SDCs that's given me all the stuff that I need. We have a mayor that's leading the city, a project manager. I'd say Linda's kind of a catch-all. Linda goes into everything. And then I got Vince, and Vince is an amazing marketing strategist. I mean, and Sandy's over here. Sandy will poke into anything. If I ask Sandy to go look into something or she wants to, Sandy will give me an honest opinion too. Those are valuable attributes for us. I mean, if you think about that as a team, you guys are the board of directors putting this together. So we will each start tapping into each of our attributes to put this. But again, we can't ignore what we already have and then just build into that and reprioritize it.
The only thing I heard in all of that was, we can do anything you guys want.
Yeah.
And I quit listening after that because I didn't hear.
We put our heads together. Now, it might not be in the timeline, but we can put plans together. So.
I just want to add that what you just said and what we're talking about now is once we get this anchoring plan laid out and kind of know where that reality hits us, that's a tool you use to communicate to the wider community, because people want to know, well, why aren't they talking about parks? Where's the park? Well, you've got parks in there and you explain why you can do this, but you cannot do that. And it helps them feel, oh, okay, so there's rationale behind this decision. That's where the transparency comes from. So I will say, no, I won't. I'm going to hold that. I was about to volunteer for something. And
And Vince, I'd like to follow up on the conversations that we've had about things that we think the community wants, all of the benefits and everything. Those are good ideas and you present those to the community, but then you don't present, do you want to pay for it? And how much is it going to cost to maintain it? And do you want to have more money come out of your own finances to pay for that nice thing you want? And I like the attitude that or the ideas that you're bringing forward is that before we commit to doing good projects that the community wants, we need to know and present to the community how much it's going to cost and do we have the revenue to support it?
And like you said, the operating and maintenance, right? No, go ahead. Sorry, Cindy.
Own the property. We still don't own the place where the West Side Trail is gonna be built. It's proposed to be built, let's say it that way. We don't own that property, the city.
When you're speaking Capital World, it's all assumptions and it's all, what if?
I'm just saying.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's all good and well to talk about it. The West Side Trail is a really nifty thing, but we don't own the property yet.
It's on my list.
Some of you do.
All right, so
I think we're digressing.
bring us back. These are, no, this is important conversation that you guys are having. I like to look, so I am also a budget person, right? My kids hate that. But how I like to look at a budget, when I talk about budget, right? How much money am I working with, right? What am I limited to? I can only go up to this amount. I think if you start looking at your budget as my budget lets me do this. My budget lets me do this, right? And I have, during the wrap-up portion this afternoon, I do talk about a little bit about strategic budgeting and really why that's important, right? Because again, it allows you to do things, not that it restricts you. You look at it that way, it's just more positive, but then it lets you think when we are talking about the budget, right? Every winter, we're redoing the budget, readopting it. Are we making sure that we are addressing the things that we get to do, right, through that budget? So I like that was brought up, because that's how I try to reframe my mindset about budget. Yeah. So let's get through the rest of these. So we had the parks thing. Someone says, I can't think of anything missing. Great. Some of these may be generalized in a revenue generation, property acquisitions, employee handbook, annexations, city broadband, ... Urban renewal potential. Some from my list that need to be added. I'm guessing that's Gary.
That's Vince.
Oh, good. Oh, Vince's list. Okay,
Yeah.
the list people. Got it. Development of a training program to help counselors, planning commission, and other board members. How do we feel about some of these things? I am hearing, and again, I'm just recommending this. I feel like, I have those 6 categories that I kind of mentioned. I feel like we should at least either add one that has something to do with staff prioritizing what they already have and letting council know, like a mini prioritization of Vinnie's list. I'm hearing that is something that needs to be done. Of course, he just stepped up. I said that. Yeah. But it sounds like that is one of those things that were not identified in the surveys and whatnot, but clearly can't be ignored. How does council feel about that?
I mean, I agree. We need to prioritize what's already done. I'm interested what the overlap already is. Like, there's what he's working on, like the TSP stuff, that is part of his current list. There's other things on his list that are not on this list, but we should be prioritizing what we're already doing before we add. So
maybe it should be staff presents where their current workload fits into this.
Yeah.
Something like that. Not really sure. I'm not the best at wordsmithing things, but somehow some element of addressing the list and how that fits in.
Current staff assignments.
Should report on current staff assignments.
And I agree with
And-
what Rachel said.
And timelines, like I think that's
And timelines, because that's right. I agree with you. How can we go back and prioritize these things if we don't know what that list says?
Yeah, because
Keeps pointing to.
I know one of the things is employee handbook, and that's taking a little bit longer.
So is it fair to phrase current staff assignments and existing timelines as a new full category?
That sounds great.
Yeah, these are the current categories.
So.
We put a new categorized list, Jenny.
Well, this is not new. This is the same. So my question I'm posing to the group is that what I was gonna ask initially was how do those, what are we missing, stuff here? Do these fit into one of these categories? But one thing that I observed that I think potentially maybe needs to be a seventh category or something else needs to be something about your list of current staff assignments and those deadlines.
I love that. Yeah, if we could put something, because because that would encompass city manager and then also staff stuff, because I'm just thinking off the top of my head, right? We have like the TSP, there's the charter, working on the employee handbook, there's other efforts that city is doing that's tied to the city manager goals. So yeah, I think that would then just generalize and encompass it all. And
That provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal service.
Oh, could that be like an objective?
I think that, okay, yes, I feel as though the things on the list fit into one of these categories, and we maybe need to just prioritize that at the top of those categories. Like, we need to figure out what's on your list.
like make
And
them
where
their
does-
own, like these are the city managers in these categories.
Like, what, the transportation plan already in there, provide efficient, fiscally sound, like, that's the charter and like, the things on your list, I think already are in these, I don't think we need to set. Because then we're gonna be like, oh, that overlaps here and here and here and here.
What
But I
about
think we
those?
just prioritize those at like, as one of the top objectives under those goals,
So the
right?
things on his list go into these categories as in first and second places.
What
And the rest of the things on this list fall below that,
That's what I'm.
fall below that list.
And totally, yeah, I mean, that's totally fine. The one thing that I wonder with, how would you put, like, let's say there's, like, we're working on a resolution, right? We're gonna bring a resolution, or we're working on some type of, thing that we're gonna bring to council for a recommendation. Where would that fit into a goal? Would that be, could you fit that into any of those? And would that be under the municipal services provided?
Yeah.
Just, and then that would just fit there? Then yeah, then just do like you're
Just
saying.
kind of like daily, or not daily, but that would just be part of.
Cause then I see what you're saying, cause then
Probably
it's not
other
saying this is the price, cause then everything in there is just is pretty much gonna be at the top of the list anyway.
Yeah, I like the idea of having these as our overarching goals still, and then we
Okay.
just take your list and make sure those are the priorities if we want them to be, or we. But,
Maybe
things
that's a
that-
good, cause then you're measuring them against, like, if there's, I'm thinking of like maybe these property acquisitions, right? And then you measure those against in the financially sound, and then it's like, are we doing revenue streaming coming in or revenue going, that type
Yeah.
of stuff, and then
Yeah.
you can. Yeah, no, that's great.
Sounds a little bit cleaner for less overlap.
So so then what
This is
what
what
I,
we're gonna do.
yeah.
So, in front of you, you have the list that does not include spending list, right? The wants and the needs. My next activity for you guys is going to be ranking those, right? Now, what I don't have in there is Benny's list. So what I'm gonna have you do, I'm still gonna have you go through that list and identify, is this a want or a need? Okay, have a very honest conversation with yourself. Is this a want or a need? But I want you to save space, knowing that we might have to bump that down depending on what's on Benny's list. Does that make sense? Is that everyone okay with that process?
Yeah.
With that?
So we want to check next to what we want.
Yes, so I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. And you're gonna go through that wants versus need list. Now, these do not include the things on Benny's list.
Get copies of the.
Yeah.
Minute break.
Yeah, so at 5 minutes, so if you can make photocopies of that,
Yep.
bring them back. And then what I would like you all to do is just mark want versus need. Okay?
Yep.
While you are doing that, when you're reviewing each one, I want you to also try to think about what are your top sixes. Okay, if you have to pick 6 items from that list,
From the whole list.
only 6.
That would be neat.
Well, it depends. I will say, not everything has to be a need. You can have some wants. Okay, you get wants by having, that's how you get perks, is by wants.
So
Okay.
we choose out of each category,
However you want to do individually.
but it's 6 items.
You get 6. That I want you to highlight are your top 6.
Oh, in each section?
No.
Just, in general. I love this.
Keep the backside, this. Okay, so it sounds like,
Six on 2
we're gonna take a quick
pages.
5-minute break. Benny's gonna come back with handouts of his list.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to identify on your own, your wants and your needs on those lists. And then you pick out your top 6.
I thought that was our homework for last night.
I was giving you a heads up, but, cause it helps, but.
But you haven't seen Vinnie's list yet, Steve, or have you?
He didn't break, he just said wandering.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys ready for that 5 minute quick break?
Yes.
You can start ranking if you want.
I don't think we need to show. This is. This with.
We're gonna.
Jack, look at the 30.
Vinny, everything, get the mics for a break. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You just walk where we're at. I guess I'll generalize it, Sandy, so I'm not talking about something specific. Any property acquisition, we have to look at what's the funding source, where's the money coming from? Typically CapEx are gonna be general fund, so those are always gonna come out of, unless we get a grant, but something like that, we would have to general fund it. Then you get into like the design alone, can be tens of thousands, if not more. Which there are ideas though for property acquisitions of just, what we do there, but again, I gotta do preliminary, when the council directs me to do something, I'll do a preliminary effort and go as far as I can. But then I have to stop unless we have budgeted. If it's budgeted, I'll keep pushing. If it's not budgeted, I gotta bring it back. Let you all know as a group, is this something that you want me to go for?
And we're all.
If it's unbudgeted, we have to figure out then where to get that.
Okay,
funding.
and my last question is, if I want the city, I want the city to do something about the traffic on St. George when that proposal I made on Albert,
Mhm.
I have to bring it and pass the council.
You would bring it to council, I would look at that, I'd probably make a recommendation on what it might take, because you're talking about the barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would, and just
And I estimate the cost of the barrier.
at your cost.
I estimate the cost of a barrier
Yeah,
without a lot of things that are gonna have it.
So we have to go through we'd have to go potentially, might have to go through Washington County, we'd have to go through Consular, our engineering firm, we'd have to look at, they might have to subcontract.
So I don't know all those costs. Cause I don't know. what
You
they-
wouldn't have those costs, we didn't get those, and then just to get those costs might cost us $1,500 or $2,000 just to get the assumptions. So those are the things that we just have to be cognizant of, that I don't have a bank account to just go into to chase these. It has to be planned.
But I have to ask these people.
Yep.
Oh, no.
And then
Oh,
kind of,
please, folks.
kind of like a prioritization, if that's, then it gets stuck somewhere on that priority list. And it could get stuck somewhere where it might be, hey, we won't be able to address this for 5 or 10 years, right? Because of all the other things, because if you think about it, what they put together, there's this, between this is a healthy list. And putting that, which, having too much is a better problem than not having enough. So, we're lucky that we have a list that we get to prioritize. Oh, yeah, I mean, a lot of even the transportation, projects that we're doing, the TSP ones are gonna take a lot of time, the parks projects. And then then we get into the Gary operating and maintenance, where we start talking about like, the thousand plan, but
okay, now what?
I have a staff of 7 today, that we can barely keep up with what we have, so
We don't grade.
those you need to put into
Summer house.
this. So that's, what they're asking is, Rachel, this is what, so I understand this, right? We're taking these, and then you're plugging in those into these different sections, and then prioritizing them, right? Okay.
They all fit well.
They do.
So look at what you like, this is, these are potentially revenue generators, some kind of grease, gas, and trace fees, that's not.
Let's just share these. The sharing, the building, tearing down.
Yeah, or some sort of business, right? We would look at some sort of revenue generating.
Yeah, sorry. 10 minutes started, go ahead and do the one person need, and then the pick of your top 6, incorporating the list that Vinny printed out. And
Do we want to talk about where his list would
How
go?
about the Mitchell document? Are we doing
we can
something?
include, if you wanna include those in some of your top 6, and we're not gonna talk about it where they go.
Just we're
give
gonna
it the
rank
price
these
But
out,
everything,
perfect,
yeah, everything as a whole.
okay.
And I wrote out the kind of bigger categories on there just so you can see it. Think about a couple things while you're doing this, right? What reasonably can be accomplished over the next 6 to 12 months, right? For short-term things. What can be accomplished within 2 years, and then what needs to be reviewed in 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road?
Jamie, are we doing just needs and wants, or are we force ranking?
We're force ranking.
Okay, perfect.
Things about needs, these are basic things people must have to survive, right? Food, clothing, shelter. Resources they need to do their job, reliable transportation and tools. And resources to help build and protect their assets so they can meet future needs such as emergency funds and insurance. Right, cities play a role in some of that. Wants, upgrades and things that would be nice to have, but are not necessary for living, earning, and protecting what you have. Okay, you also have your mission statement on the wall, your vision statements, all these things should be floating around. Well, I'm asking you to think about needs and wants and your top 6.
I have a question about
Yes, sir.
this whole thing. We've got 3 or 4 different lists in front of us. They're not all consolidated into one list of topics.
Yes.
You're asking us to look at all these and pick 6 out of Vinnie's list, your list, my proposed list, and this is a huge task.
Yes, correct.
So you
It's not
want,
bad.
oh, then I've done it wrong, because I just did it on this.
It's just probably hard. This is the hardest thing you're doing today.
There's my.
What I need to have in order to do this is a complete single list. So that we see what everything is possibly on the list. And then we can go through and say, no, that shouldn't be on the list, and strike those out, and then prioritize the remainder. That's kind of how the way I would go about it. This is gonna be very difficult to do.
You approved me a new list without telling me before.
Huh.
Here, Gary, do this, and this, and then pretend it's all stapled together as one.
What's that?
Well,
I think get rid of the headers.
Okay.
Gary, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Gary, I'm
So-
getting rid of the headers.
Wait,
I'm just looking at it and just going.
So I just did it on
This-
this list,
this-
not
Sure.
incorporating.
And
all
what
of
else?
the rest of this.
These are things.
A lot
that
of what's
popped up in
on
our conversation
Vinnie's
today.
list, so that
This
so we're
and
not this first list, so I'm just doing.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
Yeah,
Done.
so you can,
This, and
yeah.
you're doing Vinnie's list, looking at that, if there's anything, if these are considered wants or needs, or your top 6.
so do this.
We're
separately?
incorporating the 3 separate lists into pretend it's one big list.
Dude.
I know. So those that you did the homework given, those might change, because you now have to consider additional items.
So,
Okay, so. Another quick, all right, so. Okay, so I understand that whole thing for this, number 1.
Okay. Matthew, you don't have maybe give this to the city of Plymouth. I make this very small. If
Okay,
this
all
will
right.
make sense in the big picture, this is very challenging. So we-
Yeah. Okay.
We have a branch problem.
About 1 minute. So regional.
This is a pretty, this is usually. Let's just see, this whole, we could get you put that as. Working for most of them.
Oh, that's okay.
Say it to your.
I'm sure.
Oh, I haven't checked that.
That was ensuring that the last was there, it's like. You gotta look at that, ten slides.
Okay.
It's a lot of slides, and especially our methodology, this first 10 kind of talk about the wellness science.
Oh, great. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
You know, something we did many years ago. That people kept saying, "Look, that again, we were on just things that with individual little people, like especially some of the cities, they said, we want. It's a big patchwork.
Well, it certainly is.
Yeah,
Yes.
love that word. What's it makes.
All right, about a minute left.
Feel like I'm taking a test.
We
We are.
You gotta, it's a gut reaction, and you just gotta put down what you think, and can't spend too much time. That's what makes it fun, is you gotta just say.
This is what I think.
Well, yeah.
I love how quickly it became like one of your favorite people to one of your least favorite people in a matter of 2 slides.
Just started laughing.
No, this is good.
Let's see.
Okay.
I'm more than ready to share.
You'll probably have a chance to show you the group too.
Can't read my writing, right?
Right,
Oh.
30 more seconds.
I like it. That's good. Oh.
I have no problem.
Does everybody have their top six?
Do we have our who?
Your top six?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
so. Now, all those things have been inputted into your Slido. And you're gonna pick your top six that you've identified.
So this.
Sorry if there's some minor typos, okay? So I had all this done and you guys are like, here's more list, my.
Right.
So excuse any of the typos or something got cut out, okay? But everything that's been in front of you in those three lists is on your Slido, you only pick six. Okay, so take what you wrote down.
I'm not picking up the Wi-Fi
It's-
here and I'm on LTE and it's burning up my phone battery.
Oh.
Okay,
What else do you go through? I know the glare on the screen.
So these are the six you mentioned orally before.
Nope, there's actually 50-some things on your list. You pull up your Slido.
On that, but
Well,
You have to scroll. You're gonna have to scroll. So there's 50 plus things in there. She's
okay,
electronically.
well, I'm trying to find how
Yeah,
this
I think
matches
I finally found one of mine.
where I'm, look here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so keep scrolling,
Yeah,
keep going down. And they'll be in here. I just had to combine the three lists.
Oh,
so
golly,
it's-
well,
I
I'm-
know. That's
yeah.
why I had you identify it beforehand, so you could hopefully,
thank you.
you guys keep me on my toes. Yeah. Well, that's either one, right?
Then Jamie, to do this, you grab it and then slide it up to the top and drop it to,
Okay, nuts. Just click on it.
you just click on it.
And if you wanna deselect it, you click it again. So what, so,
Oh,
If
Oh,
I-
I see. Okay,
right, it has number one, and it says select 5 options.
then you can move those when they're up.
You don't have to move them. You just have to click on the, you scroll and click on your top six.
But
And-
like if I went the wrong order, I could reorganize them at the top.
I'm not asking you to say what's your number one, what's your
Oh,
number two.
oh, you
I'm
just want
asking
just
you
six.
your top six.
Okay, perfect.
You just say, find your six the numbers.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you for that phrase, no particular order. Yes, sir. I do click on it. It's, oh, no, I'm scared.
Yeah, you went up.
You can use my phone. Yeah, I'm gonna do my phone.
sure.
How do you want?
Just tap it, don't put them too hard.
Like you said, some of mine
One of them.
that I want aren't on there, so I'm not gonna.
They
able
should be,
to-
I copy and pasted them in
Oh, you
there.
did?
Yeah, so you can scroll this way. Or
Alright,
just
thank
start
you.
off.
Oh, shoot.
You trust me with your phone?
I do. I didn't get that, I'm not.
Oh, fudge.
Well, wait a minute, it just put
Yeah.
a number
It-
in.
it-
You click it, and it all starts at the top again. You
Well,
scroll all the way back down.
Yeah, well, it didn't seem to accept anything I entered until just this moment and it's in the wrong spot.
Well, it doesn't matter what order they're in.
Right.
I know that part. Okay, so I've got to start over.
Just,
That was, yeah.
just tap it, it'll then register it. If you hold it too long, it won't register it.
Well, no, what happened is it registered and then it put a number in it and then it moved it to the top,
That's-
regardless of what I. Well,
You want
okay,
that, 'cause
all right.
what you're doing
Well,
is you're selecting six and it'll put them up at the top and it'll just be numbered 1 through 6, but we're not ranking them. yet.
But it hadn't accepted the ones I'd done
I see.
before.
Yes, I had that same issue where I had to go back and just tap on it.
Okay,
This is just,
I can't
this is
believe it,
frustrating.
because a lot of these things are in the same.
Because we're old
category.
people, we don't
And
get it.
so I
Kid would have this done in
put
about
half
2
of these two, the meeting would be in the same category.
You got it, that's it. Good one.
I'm one of you, I'm older than you are.
It doesn't compute because anyway, since they're the same issue, it's one item.
I think
Well,
if you're
part of it is
ranking
my
something
phone.
that's A similar issue.
doesn't
it's probably
take
gonna be
tapping.
Discussed and,
Okay,
okay, yeah, they're all, none of it's getting set in stone yet, yeah.
I see. Just do it.
Just do it. Stop asking questions, Gary. She's
Just
forcing you.
do it.
Jamie, mine didn't show up on my list. What are you doing? I clicked off the ones that I wanted, but they didn't put up. Right.
I think I'm done.
You don't put them all in, it's not.
No, it isn't. And actually,
You're not gonna. Hopefully you put this in your sermon on Sunday.
it might go in as an illustration.
Illustration.
All right, so now.
You
I
do
can go
sort of
back
every
to it
second.
again, right? Yep.
It's still asking me to select 6 from below.
So don't hold it too long, go.
I didn't, and they took a number and then they moved. So,
Okay, so let's see, I'll have that.
okay,
What's one of them you want to select?
well, let's keep going, go back over the beginning and then keep going down here. So generate revenue. This is not establishing a term.
Are you good? You need help?
This is, okay, so. I did.
That's it, need it. Now keep scrolling down.
Okay.
I've got 2 of mine done.
Okay.
What other ones do you want?
Yeah.
Don't
Mine,
put one that
yeah.
help you select.
You can help me find, maintain, and
You did this before.
There we go. It's just really something.
And my phone doesn't always.
and I
take
might have
really
done
well.
it.
So it's partly my phone.
Budget, that's.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
what's the
I'll keep
next
at
one?
it then.
Thank you.
Build
All right.
organizational capacity.
Anybody else want some assistance? Please don't throw your phone at me.
I got, so it's all done.
Build organizational capacity and modernize operations.
Yep.
Okay, and then,
And-
what's your next one? You have 2 more.
Let's see, Kansas City.
Down the bottom is that.
So you want the master, or the transfer TSP?
Well, it's a master.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
The Kingston. Terrace.
Except Sin doesn't want to do it.
Continue to implement the Kingston Terrace. master
Yeah.
plan. Okay.
I
You got
did.
one more.
And then I think
I
I
did.
already have this one.
Maybe I didn't.
Revised.
Sorry, I'm on.
No, go ahead. Help yourself.
Yep. And
You only have 2, it looks like.
Continue rebuilding and
Did this-
reinforcing trust.
Let's try this together. Okay, what's
Right.
number
All right.
It's number 3.
Number 3 is enhance quality.
Yeah,
Good ways.
Continue building.
And
that one's.
That one I have. Ensuring we have this one. We need that one.
you've got,
Can I go too far?
is that, yeah, Vinny's, is this Vinny's list?
It is.
It's all of them.
Oh, gosh. Enhance quality of
Think
life
it's a little
through community
touchy.
focused amenities?
Yes,
Okay.
and this, the one above it.
Okay. Oh, all the-
I know.
What's the one above it?
Expand
Expands.
city services.
Okay.
So we have. Maintain.
Okay.
Go with that one.
Okay.
So I think, and then strengthen and continue rebuilding.
Okay.
And you have continue rebuilding. So you need, you have 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, okay, continue that rebuild. Okay, and one more.
I think that, I think I did 5.
Well, you get a free one, freebie. Which one would you like?
And you clicked on that one.
Okay,
There it is.
do, put
Done.
together very simple, that says it all.
Yay, thank you.
There you go.
But I
There we
think that's a 2 or 3. Okay,
That's okay. 2 or 3 years is fine. Now let me go down and hit send.
there we are. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for being patient with technology.
Nice. Of course, that's my thing, right?
Anybody need assistance still?
I like odds on a race.
So now. I
Yeah,
have-
that's why I'm doing this though, because before I had to go behind the scenes, but
Yeah.
tally things up.
That's great. Okay.
In a perfect world, it'd be easier to do. At LOC.
Yeah.
Well, good to know. I could find stuff I do.
Oh, no, that's his list.
Yeah, mine was not. No, it's not. My phone's- There was no.
And the bars too. No. What's not?
No, don't say odds off along the same lines.
I know, that's the dog.
Well, I have to slide.
I think 3 and 1 go together.
Game, you have 2 5 somewhere.
I wonder if they're tight. I don't know.
It's a tie. It's a virtual tie.
Oh, you need it?
Yeah, I think it's tight.
Well, it must be a virtual tie.
That's fine.
Well, if you do, I'll get it back to you.
Some of those. I mean, in fact,
No,
like,
it's-
they have to write down 50 to 6, so there might be some other ones that we did. You know, like it's.
There you go.
just
More
fake.
and.
Like 5 and 6 for virtual time.
Yes.
Anyway.
Use your phone on one.
Right? Like,
I
yeah.
do.
Okay.
No, because-
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting me use your phone. For some reason,
Yeah.
your phone fits out with my
This is why.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed
All
the
right.
last 2 days.
It's working.
No, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh, you knew how much I worked at.
I know, I'm giving you that.
But about an RV yesterday.
Oh,
congratulations.
So I'm taking some time off.
Okay.
You're not supposed to write on people certain like that.
That's getting right first. It really is.
Yeah, not yet.
What a fun one.
Yeah.
RV World?
No, actually. This was Marketplace.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good for you. That's a good, that's a good.
Not yet, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Eunice, I came home and she was like.
What have you done?
Yeah, it was you last night. Yeah, they're pumped.
How big is it? How big?
It goes to 25.
Oh, it's all the way down.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
As I said. She was driving yesterday, I haven't heard very little. So, yeah, there's a few times.
Everybody can hit send, we have 9 responses, there's 9 folks through. Okay, should we review, lunch here yet?
Let me double check. I know it was being dropped off here.
Already
Oh, my God.
Already booked in.
All right, we're gonna go through, so what Slido did, and again, thank you all for your patience, I know you all are really angry that I make you only take 6, okay? It took all your responses, and out of all 9 people, it pulled to the top responses. Okay, good. Okay? So Robin's gonna help me write these on the board. So the very top one, the one that was picked the most, was generate revenue to keep up with growing city expenses. I see Vince smiling. I think we all talked about money makes the world go round, so I'm glad you guys, are supporting that.
Growing city, they generate money.
Yeah, do you want it?
Yeah, let's abbreviate them.
I mean, number 5 is real fun.
Yeah, right.
If you guys all agree on what the shortening should be.
Yeah, just the
Okay.
first few words. Could do it.
Cross this out, just generate revenue.
Yep.
It'll be
I mean,
recorded.
you've already written it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Keep it.
The
Number
first 2
2,
words of each one.
the second most populous was relying the TSB. Okay, so that sounds like,
It's a hot button.
yep. Number 3, franchise fees. Is this a Vinnie Litz?
What does that
Well,
What
that
does that
actually
mean?
goes under number 1.
So what that
Yeah.
means is franchise
I-
fees.
Yeah, I collapsed his into the,
It's an idea that I have where I want to go back and reevaluate our franchise fees. There's an attorney that I've already hired to look at that. And again, we have a list of ideas to go. That might be an easy lever to pull for revenue generation.
Okay, so way to generate. Okay.
Yeah.
We're still gonna write it as number 3 for now.
But as you said in your statement, it's passed through to the consumer.
Which one? Revenue, franchise fees? No. So franchise fees, what franchise fees are is think about an equity share. So if a company comes, like the power you have on right now, PGE is gonna charge all of our residents, right, their bills like you, Sandy, you're gonna get your PGE bill. The city gets a portion of that. We say for, that we get 5% revenue share out of all the people that they charge in Kingston. That's an agreement that we have with all our utilities. So Clean Water Services, PGE, Tiger Water, they give us franchise fees. And that it's kind of like right of way. We give them the right of way and they're paying us to use our right.
So what is the city of Portland doing where they've added?
All right, hold on. We are off topic.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it has to do with
We can,
franchise.
I can add it to the issues list for you guys to follow up later or just like, okay, great question though. Number 4, revenue diversification.
Yeah.
To reduce risk and increase fund growth. Can I just, we put revenue diversification? What does that mean?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, number 5, the whole thing says continue rebuilding and reinforcing trust through transparent, consistent, and fiscally responsible decision making. Includes clear communication, high quality service delivery, and well-defined roles, prioritize openness and how outcomes are measured. Can we just do continue rebuilding and reinforcing trust? And we know that includes transparency.
Can we just say transparency and communication?
That's fine. Yeah.
It's your choice.
Or build community trust.
Yeah.
Either way.
I understand why it's listed separately. But that isn't a sequential thing. That's something we're doing now and going forward, as long as this group is together at any rate. So I don't see that as separate. I see it as an underlying strategy perhaps, right? In terms of the other elements we're listing on this priority list. We can't just say, well, let's start doing that in 3 years.
No, I think this is like the way in which we are.
That's
meeting
how
all the
we're,
tasks.
that's right.
Yeah, because remember, some of these things you're already doing. That's
Yeah.
very much on.
Okay.
Yeah, You're already doing some of these things.
But since we're trying to prioritize what gets done first, I guess that's the reason I questioned that.
And I'm not at this time saying that all you can work on in the next week is generating revenue. I'm just highlighting of the group of what the group
where our
has prioritized
priorities
at
are.
this
Okay,
time.
thank you.
Census.
Transparency and trust, or is that?
That's fine. All right, and then number 6 was establish long-term financial stability. Okay, again, that might be part of number 1, but we're documenting it separately, okay?
Sustainable.
What did I say?
Forgot.
Oh, okay. Whatever it says there.
Long-term financial.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna take our lunch break. Okay, you guys have basically done the first part. Okay, this is not finalized by any means. We are very much at a very prelim stage right now, but after lunch, we'll actually start now going through those categories I initially identified and seeing how these may fit in as objectives and what else is missing from our list. Okay, so we're gonna take 30 minutes for lunch. And again, if you want to keep eating after the 30 minutes, we'll work and eat. It's 12:07. Let's get back together at, we do 12:35, just slightly less than 30 minutes. Is that okay? All right, well, we'll get started again at 12:35. We're off Saturday.
Yep.
Brett?
However you want it.
Yeah. Is the temperature okay in here too? Are you guys getting stuffy or?
I'm hot.
You're hot? Okay.
I'm frozen.
Okay, well,
That's how
I don't say to be hot. You can be cold.
You're like my sister. My youngest sister is always warm and I'm always
I'm
cold.
just gonna drop it one.
That's fine.
So
Fine.
hopefully it's careful.
Like I think more seconds.
We can pop that door open too if we need to.
You need a little,
Should we have chocolate?
you need a little personal fan.
Did you can't have a donut?
I got one.
We have to wear around. We have coworker who travels.
Did you bring me?
No, they did.
I really.
Oh,
M&M.
No, it's just on desktop, USB one, and it's on there, and it's over.
I think Aaron's gonna be.
there are these two. I've never had this.
I don't.
I can't imagine what they are.
I told her yesterday.
No.
You know, it's like,
Yeah.
taffy or something.
Good amount too. So it's not.
Are we ready to roll?
No.
Oh.
There you go. Nope.
Good.
Here we are. All right, welcome back. You guys did some really hard work. You were very happy with me forcing you to make some tough decisions. That's okay. I did some rearranging of the room. Again, these are the primary, I would say, main goals that I identified previously. Okay, just before lunch, I want you guys, I didn't do any of the work. You went the big list of options you had, you identified the top 6. And through that top 6, we have the following. Generate revenue to keep up with growing city expenses. Realign the TSP franchise fees, revenue diversification, transparency and trust, and establish long-term financial sustainability. My question for you, do these cover those, or do those fall into these categories? Yes, anyone not so sure, or anybody's like, no, we're missing something?
Money is like at the top of that list on almost.
Yeah.
Literally.
Okay. So if we can, are we okay keeping these as our goals? And starting these as our 6 goals for our strategic plan. They're not ranked in any order. They're just goals. Okay, so can I have a volunteer read the definition again? I know we already read it this morning of an objective.
That's on the strategic planning for.
I got it.
Oh,
Objectives, specific, quantifiable, realistic targets that measure the accomplishment of a goal over a specific period of time. Component parts of a goal even more specific and measurable. Example, increase revenue by 12% in 2023. Limit increases in overhead costs to 2% in 2023. Achieve a 5% reduction in management staff through increased automation. There you go, Vinny, you're done.
Okay, so that was our profitability example. With our planning to run a half marathon example, some objectives might be purchasing shoes, right? Signing up for a race, buying socks, finding a running buddy, right? These are all measurable things that we can do that help us get to our final goal of running a half marathon. Okay, the best practice is always to have what's called SMART goals or SMART objectives. Okay, both things should be SMART. And SMART stands for specific. So who is involved? What will we accomplish? How much change is needed? Now, from the council policy perspective, ultimately who's involved? It's ultimately going to be your staff. That question is kind of already answered when it comes to city councils. So we don't know. I'm not asking you guys today to really be that specific, but try to think about, is it how we accomplish our overarching goal? And how do we get there? Measurable, how much, how many, right? How will we know it's accomplished? Those are things to keep in mind. Is it attainable? What are the resources we need to get to our goal? Right? So we need running shoes, we need socks, we need things like that, right? Relevant. Why are we listing this as important to our city? How does this align to strategy? I think we already have all agreed that all the goals we've listed here are relevant. Now it's a matter of finding objectives that we agree are relevant or not. And then time bound. This is also something that the specifics of which staff will address later, right? They're going to guide you in saying how you're going to start addressing this in 6 months, or is this a 2-year or 3 or 4-year thing? But I want council to still remember this is a, 3 to 5, maybe up to 10-year plan, right? We're not talking about something that's going to be done in 20 years necessarily, but that's the time frame I want you thinking about. Okay. So, final area of hard work is that I'm going to ask you guys, not yet, but I will ask you to work in your groups of 3 again. And this time we're going to stick to our table groups, okay, our rows. And we're going to go one at a time. We'll start off with, let's see, what's our first category? With providing efficient and fiscally sound municipal services. I'm going to ask your group of 3, okay, so each group, to identify your top 5 objectives, or up to 5. You don't have 5, that's okay. You can reference the lists we have in place. Don't forget Vinny's list, Gary's list, the list that I provided of the top 5 objectives that will get you to be providing efficient and fiscally sound municipal services. Okay, it's going to be a short time frame. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes is the goal for your group to identify your top 5. Okay, then we're going to come back together. We will share your objectives you've selected. And then we will potentially further refine that more. We're gonna do that 6 times for each one. Any questions about what we're about to do?
What timeframe are you looking to, or any timeframe associated?
3 to 5 to 10 years, okay? The time in which this strategic plan will be effective. Okay,
Thank you for clarifying.
all right, so are we ready? We are going, yes, sir?
So provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal services. Are we supposed to find things that will do that, or are we supposed to have that as the goal?
So it could be both. It could be, we know for sure we need running shoes. You might not know what kind of running shoes. So it could be staff to further research what type of running shoes. There may be some of these where we know exactly what you need to do already, right? So I'm like, yes, do X, Y, Z. And some more gray, need research, those type of things. Okay, we're gonna try this. You guys have already done a lot of hard things. I know you guys can do this. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you're gonna get 5 minutes beginning now to work on the first goal, provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal services.
So.
So I guess I can do that. I was just looking at,
I was like, better mine too.
yeah, well, one thing that pops out of it was the employee handbook and evaluations. I think under that.
Other things need to be staff too.
Because. So that's more for the service and the police, the fire, the et cetera.
I think the one way that we provide efficient fiscal.
So never mind what I just said.
I think
We all come.
the key word there is fiscally.
Financial strategy.
Yes.
Says provide efficient and fiscally sound.
So
Money,
for
we
example,
got about money.
we as a group would say,
Would that be-
we all agree to X
Yes,
amount of
Be
contingency
efficient
a
and-
year. You're
looking
not
at
gonna
the other
go,
ones, we're
you're
gonna be
not
looking
gonna spend that,
forward
we're
to.
gonna make sure we maintain this much
Gonna
reserve
do-
contingency year over year, and then we do.
But yeah, by efficient.
So, well,
So
Set
you've got,
boundaries,
Or it
yes.
says maintain a fiscally sound budget and complete audits on time.
Make sure you're not
One of the
spending more.
things that I
Maybe
put
one
as
way to be efficient, I think we should just use some of the keywords.
But it also goes to.
right, this is for our budget. and
Provide
having
efficient,
solve.
fiscally sound.
So goal number one.
Yes, absolutely.
So with that.
Because if you have a.
Maintain
That-
fiscally sound,
Grab some throw away, it'll go right.
fiscally sound budget. And probably
Your audits on time.
that should be that increasing already, I think.
Okay, so I've got established long-term financial stability and maintain. Financial and budget on the audit. Is that what you're putting into there? For goal number one?
Okay, so we budget. we set a
Maybe both of
plan,
them together.
have boundaries.
Yeah,
And lump them
I was gonna
together.
ask him.
Or do we have to choose just one?
Maybe we could.
On top of that, if we do that.
So I think we could do more than one.
Yeah, we can.
And have.
Can we set up a
lump-
Yeah.
You can combine them, you can write anything you want. These are just, start from this.
Oh, this is, okay, so this is a launch pad, if we can, yeah.
And maybe there might be something here that fits wires, combine them, or maybe you got it.
So maybe up there by Robin.
Maintain a fiscally sound budget.
And so that-
All right. Synopsis.
What else?
So, maybe-
Well,
Yeah.
So, we would set the boundaries.
Okay.
Are we doing all 3 of these sheets now, or we would set the
We're
boundaries?
just doing the. I'm on the, or that.
For what?
Yes. I'm just saying, I'm just, I know.
I would say we're not even anywhere near.
Well-
like the analysis. We need
Right.
a financial analysis to be able to say, this is how much we're gonna work. This is the best, and then we have to justify financing.
number one.
If we were to-
Kinda how I'm-
This, that's obviously this, let's say
So
160.
we're already identified.
Like the TSP, we don't get a grant, that makes there's another all around.
Um,
Right? every year and then you have cost escalations where people's salaries, for instance, have like. Those other things that trigger.
So really, it could be 10
So.
million.
Well, I would
Yeah.
say, look at it as a percentage of the budget, but then you
Fund
say,
to go
like,
there.
if we have 3 million. in reserves, then I still think that that's low, because then you gotta think of like, what are we gonna buy? You still need to have a nest egg left over. So I wouldn't put a dollar, the whole point of this is just say.
Set a boundary, set boundary.
Set aside.
I would say that's for staff to come back and then we would follow up on it.
What about?
Like we would, because in theory, you bring this to council each year. Do this. This next site, let's break this, we
That be
adopt the
under-
budget, say adopt this too.
Adopt capital
Like we are all in agreement. with it.
So maintain for infrastructure, street sidewalks, and then we have someone.
Those are a few of them. I think those are just that point out some examples.
Yeah, because that fit under maybe where,
Yeah.
obviously.
Well, and that's where
That
we,
seek to be there.
And that also kind of ties into.
So does ensuring we
this,
have been
like, kind of the transparency piece of.
Right.
yes,
We're showing the public too, that's what.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's all it is. You just have to.
But I don't.
You know, maybe my bills were-
That's our job off.
Yeah.
Right.
Council, it's just like what Cindy said, it's like.
Yeah,
that-
everything on his, we're doing it now. We're doing it.
So.
Chalice thing they're talking about next.
And you're getting more detail of financial reports.
I don't sit down as that is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be an easy.
5 minutes.
Okay, where's that?
This is the hard part.
It feels like it could go on for another like 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not giving you 15 minutes.
Maybe 3 days.
3 days. Okay, have we identified at least a couple?
Yeah.
Objectives? All right, are you guys ready to share them?
Yeah.
Robin, you ready? All right.
Robin, do me move the flag here?
Actually, I'm not gonna.
Just don't let us touch the ground, then we have to bear.
All right, first table, what are some of your objectives?
We said generate revenue without passing through to residents.
Generate revenue.
Without what?
Passing through to residents.
Passing through this, but it's okay.
Taxes.
Right.
What else you guys?
Maintain a financially sound budget, the audits on time.
Financially sound budget,
And audits, and then just leave it,
timely audits.
and timely, there you go. And then the last one is the long one, I don't know how we might want. Yeah, right. The right size staffing and invest in systems, technology, processes, support a growing city, ensuring new.
And you just write right size.
I know.
Yeah.
It's verbatim, well, includes improving efficiency, reducing reliance on manual workflows.
So do like the first sentence and then say abbreviation from list. That way we can.
Right size staffing.
Do that for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay, it's pretty smaller because we have more. So yes, all right. Group number 2, what did you guys have?
We also had maintain financially sound budget
write it
and
out.
audit.
Go ahead and put it. Check mark next to it.
We put established long-term financial sustainability, so long-term dollar sign sustainability. Build organizational capacity and modernize operations. So org capacity and modernize ops. And then we had. We included into this, the maintain and improve core infrastructures and public safety, so we're thinking those are under the word services.
And didn't, we also did right size.
How do you want me to? Write that one.
Did we? I
Yeah.
didn't have that down.
Oh, I wrote it.
Oh, so those that have the right size staffing?
Yeah, well, Jan had right size. I didn't hear it in our.
Is your group okay proposing
Yeah.
that? You want me to star that one?
You can start that one. Are you okay with that or no? Yeah. And then we had the maintain and improve core infrastructure and public safety. The city should continue investing in streets, sidewalks, traffic management, and pedestrian safety. So growth is matched by reliable infrastructure and a
Hold on,
safe
Robin.
community environment. So just say maintain and improve core infrastructure.
That on this, that
Important stuff.
capital improvement one?
Oh. It could.
Oh, okay. So maintain infrastructure. I wanna do that.
That's fine.
And we might marry that with ensuring we have the infrastructure to meet increasing service demands.
Maintain and ensure infrastructure.
Yes.
Maintain and ensure infrastructure.
She's gonna get writer's cramp. doing
Yeah,
this.
right.
It's trying to. It's not about you guys anymore, it's about me.
That's it. We're done with that one.
Thank you. I can take over if you want me to come in. She's an athlete, it's fine.
Okay, so the first one we had was to develop a financial plan that's budget policies, fiscal strategy, and a 5-year forecast. Here, just put you could say a financial plan.
Is that long-term
That
sustainability?
it's not up there. It's a, I would say it's not what any of these are. It's a thing I'm utilizing from Woodburn. It's a thing that they actually have that I want to bring to King City. So it's a financial plan.
Develop a financial plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just leave it at that. And then the other one that we took from this list was, which one was it? It was the, maintain a fiscally sound budget and complete audits on time.
Ah.
Is that maintain financially sound budget and
Yes.
audits?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. You can start that.
Okay, let's, we'll go through those really quick again. So under the goal of provide efficient and fiscally sound municipal services, you guys have identified the following potential objectives. You have identified generate revenue without passing through residents, maintain financially sound budget and timely audits. Everyone said that of the group. Right size staffing, abbreviated from lists, all those things, which two groups said. Establish long-term financial sustainability, build organizational capacity and modernize operations, maintain and ensure infrastructure, and develop a financial plan. Did that encompass the ones that were identified by the three groups? Okay, so now you're gonna have the sticky dots in front of you, okay? And each of you individually are going to take 3 sticky dots and cover your favorite 3. Okay, no, colors don't matter, it's just.
You want us to go up there?
Yep, go up there.
Maybe one table at a time. Like you can go round.
Go, yeah, so flow.
A nice flow.
I say free for all.
You want to do that? I see, we'll go that.
Is
Is
it
the flag in the way?
the communion rule? One
We're
thing,
gonna do-
I think I sit next to, and then.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I gotta go straight to like.
I thought
I talked about this.
Oh, very smart.
Snake. Snake.
So we get my feet tomorrow night. It's the blood flowing again.
Yeah, this is good. Here's half the thing. Here's half the thing.
I know, I have. So, but this.
Oh.
No. Oh, sorry. This drops.
Oh.
It's okay. This flip. This kind of falls. Oh, I go that way. You go that way. In church.
No wafers for you guys.
Just
No wine.
There's your hand up, Kenny. You have a Kenny?
Oh, you do it, yeah, you just do it.
Okay.
Right.
I'm glad.
We do 3. You know.
Doesn't matter what color.
It just matters.
I can't move up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your financial.
Yes, that was
Yeah.
income resources generating.
I'll show you what
Okay, so that's different then.
Yeah, it's a, think of like financial strategy, budget, all this 5-year forecast. It's just saying like, we as a group are gonna say, hey, this is how much reserves we're gonna hold for next year. And we're gonna stick that. Yeah, so it's kind of,
Okay.
yeah, and you do it every year, so that piece of.
Are you projecting? Yeah.
Am I objecting?
Yeah, you're not gonna participate?
Oh, I've already done.
Oh, you're done?
Here's the first one up there, I think.
Oh, were you?
Second.
That just surprised me. Yes, okay.
Some of it has to go through, well, some of it has to go with us.
It is, not every year. It takes a lot of, yes, I tried to do this for 40 hours. Prepping for this. Yeah, and then having us out of the office for 2 full days, it is like, we rarely have the capacity to do it. But when Vino Ronnie reached out to us a long time ago, so we were able to fit it into our schedule.
So what do you normally do then?
We're both the lawyers. We provide in-house legal services to the Oregon cities as an organization. We also provide city attorney services to small cities in eastern and south central Oregon. Provide direct advice, you know. And then we also go out and do all the training. So I mean, we do trainings on the core city things like public meetings, records, ethics, things like that. We help plan the LSD conferences, all those things.
Are you an attorney for us too? Or we're?
No, we don't have the capacity to do that because
Somebody else has been?
no, we unfortunately can't for the metro areas and the bigger cities. We're able to hire folks there, but even though it's expensive. That's the city of Oregon. The cities have a population of 150. There's no out there job right? And it's cost prohibitive. Everybody's not to lunch till. A lot of for those cities are then over the phone. Yeah, yeah. We don't attend meetings, we don't litigate for them, we have a pretty short. We are an LSD. Yeah, and we're both LSD.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Correct, yes, we have like a lobbyist, maybe that, yeah, sorry, I wasn't explaining that very well, but we do a lot of, it's a lot of writing, every day is different. Yeah. We also have lobbyists or exceptions.
Seeing everybody in
Yeah.
the photo, and I'm assuming that's your entire.
Mostly. That would be our board member.
Oh,
You go to our staff, there's a page on there, it says staff,
yeah.
then it has each of us, and then it's like our picture.
We call it the hot dog.
So it's.
Yeah.
We don't watch, we just help the lobbyists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see how we rank these. So generate revenue without passing through residents, receive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maintain financially sound budget and timely audits, receive 1, 2, 3, 5. Right size staffing, abbreviated from the list, received 1. Which is funny because that had one of the double votes. Establish long-term financial sustainability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Organizational capacity and modernizing operations, received 0. Maintain and ensure infrastructure, received 1. And then develop a financial plan was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So your top 8 would be develop financial plan, establish long-term financial sustainability,
They are.
generate revenue without passing through a resident. And our 4th one would be maintaining financially sound budget and timely audits. So you have, this is the ranking part, the prioritization part. You have prioritized developing a financial plan. Next up on the list, you have established long-term financial sustainability. And then you have generate revenue without passing through residents, maintain a financially sound budget and timely audits. Which can be, we are still, establish a long-term gap. These are all, we're gonna keep the other ones on the list still as potential options to address in the future, but ranking wise, those are your objectives. Level 1. Thoughts, concerns?
There are a couple, it sounds like repeats. Like establish, what is that, long-term sustainability?
Yes.
Well,
Could-
yeah,
we could-
long-term financial per dollar.
Right, could we merge developing financial plan with that? but like.
What does the group feel like?
I feel like those are the same. I
Yeah.
know, Vinny, you said they're kind of different, but I think in developing a financial plan that you're proposing, it is like a 3 to 5 year, which is kind of establishing the long-term.
The only comment I would make to that is from my understanding is the financial plan is established every year. So you have an independent financial plan for the year. Within that is a 5-year forecast that you update every year. So your forecast, if you think about it, really you're looking at the previous 4 years and then you're updating that 5th year.
So are you saying that the developed financial plan is not for long-term, it's just for a year?
It is more of a
Develop short-term financial plan and then,
annual.
okay, let's add annual.
Annual
To
financial plan.
differentiate.
Yeah, I
And
think that's a
is-
good point.
So then is that gonna be different than maintaining a financially sound budget and timely audit? Cause that's also gonna be annual. Or is those
You
kind
know,
of go
you
together?
You can merge those because
Develop and maintain?
the whole
Annual
point of
financial
this
plan?
is a sound budget.
Yeah.
Combine them into it. I think that would be best because
Then we're not having separate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Action items underneath each of these if we can.
because you're right, it's maintaining a sound budget, which is for each fiscal year,
Yeah.
which this is, they marry very, very well
So
together.
we're saying like maintain the financial, well, so that would be an action item, really. So develop a financial plan.
Yeah, the action item would be, I'd come back and say how long it would take to do this.
Number 2 and
Yeah.
number.
Number one would be develop an annual financial plan through a financially sound budget and timely audit.
Okay. I almost feel like it's the opposite, like maintain financially sound budget and timely audits through developing a financial plan.
What does the group think?
I don't know.
That sounds.
It's probably
6-1.
splitting hairs. Yes. Either way is fine.
Can you raise your hand if you're okay with develop an annual financial plan through a financially sound budget and timely audits? Okay, how about develop a financially sound budget and timely audit through annual financial planning?
That makes
Problem I
sense.
see
I think we're maintaining it.
is that we're talking about
For subcategories.
that category is fiscally sound municipal services. That's long-term. To me, the whole category is long-term. And so when I was making choices, because some of them are in the same categories, I didn't choose other ones that if they combined them in categories, I might have got it in a different one. And so it may not be really reflective of what the top 3 would be. Because we had to make choices based on short and long term.
What's the group's thoughts on that?
Are there different choices you feel like you would make now, seeing the list?
If we combined them, then the ones with fewer votes would move to a higher level of.
Which one?
How many are we supposed to have?
I'm not eliminating. So what I'm helping you rank these.
Okay.
So I'm saying these are all your options, the top 4 or these top 4.
So right now we have as our first one is the develop financial plan and maintaining the financials. Wasn't that the second one?
Yeah,
Or no?
maintain fiscally
That was
sound.
the
number
third.
1 and number.
So we're combining 1 and 3. So which means now we have, okay. So the only other one,
Want a visual rank number? Like
I just can't see the pen of like how many votes per.
Sure, I will read.
Sorry. Slightly blind from a distance.
My eyes are open. We're here.
Yeah, maintain financially sound budget and timely audit. Through development of a financial plan, annual. financial plan.
You have to do that annually on the one hand, but on the other hand, I think it kind of rolls forward to the future. And there are other things you would include under that particular chapter too.
Through annual financial planning.
Other
So
strategies.
now that's our number 1. So far.
Don't blame me, I kind of threw a curveball. in.
Yes.
Yeah, that had the most votes, this one right here.
Okay,
Assuming it would probably still get the
There's
vote.
always one in every class.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of
Create
Sort
more.
of, or check this one off.
Yeah, the nuns would not be
And I'll look
pleased.
at those.
They weren't, I'll tell you.
But establish long-term financial sustainability. That is different than maintaining financially sound and timely budget through financially sound budget and timely audit. Oops. Sorry, through annual financial planning. You guys see the difference in that? One is
Yeah, I
annual,
like
one
that.
is long-term.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna, those two are good. Next on the list is generate revenue without passing through to residents. Okay, that was it was tied for number 3, for the most popular choice.
I have to say that I did, as far as Gary's comment, I did put a dot on develop financial plan instead. I feel like my ranking would be determined based off of. Oh, I don't know.
And then on the list still, is we have, right size staffing, the abbreviated from the list, okay? And then maintain and ensure infrastructure, that's on the list. And then the least, I don't say the least important, but, organizational capacity and moderating operation. That probably could be combined with right size.
I think they're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I'm gonna draw a little arrow that combines these.
Yeah.
So alternately, in order of preference, you have them ordered in preference, but they're still on the chart.
Yeah.
Is the group okay with this?
Yeah.
Primary goal and then kind of some directional objectives to get there.
Good.
I'm gonna show of hands, are we all-
Essentially, right now, we have it as our top priority is our annual budget, our long-term budget, generating revenue. Right. And then the top one, generating revenue is our third, and then,
Maintain infrastructure. Cool.
yeah, and then, okay. Yeah, I think, I like that.
Make a comment, just an observation is that generating revenue is really a subset of annual budget, maybe, and subset of long-term and short-term, because then he's gonna be looking at expenditures, revenue, and you gotta put that together to do long-term sustainability. That's just a comment.
It's all tied together, everything's tied to the budget.
Yeah.
Hey, can we move on to our next goal? All right, you guys doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we are now gonna move to continue to implement Kingston Terrace Master Plan. Now, again, you're gonna have 5 minutes with your same group to identify your top 5, if you up to 5. You are not limited to what is on the list. You can combine the things on the list or maybe reword something that might work better. Okay, then we're gonna present them and then we're gonna individually rank them. Okay, you guys ready? You have 5 minutes.
So there is nothing.
No, there isn't, so I think we have to look at these other sections to see if any of it applies to that. I don't know anything about what the master plan says, so I can't help you there.
What areas will be? That's saying, I know that the expansion of our boundary areas, what happened to development, but there's no.
Not that-
But I understand. Yeah, isn't, and so. Yes, I did read it to say.
Okay,
So let's look at
yeah,
it.
the alternative.
I don't care about his numbers.
Let's look at it this way.
No,
And
When city plan urban.
all that, literally, that's what you said.
We claimed.
we claimed it, we claimed property.
You claimed it now. Urban growth means you have to do something against that.
Right.
So the premise is that we have to develop, which means we don't have to.
Right, yeah.
So I think the base, so let's continue.
So-
So whatever the
So
best.
the most important thing, or maybe not, is that
I,
Personally, that's the person.
However, I mean, because for one.
Cause as a city, you
And
can't stop.
they do whatever was based on,
But it just makes me.
well, that's separate. I know,
Could've
no,
done that.
I
Yeah.
know. All right.
It's
System plan and correct me if I'm wrong, is in a way is a subset of the master plan. Master plan.
Yeah.
I think what we.
Then this TSP was created because of that master. plan. But that particular detail didn't go over with the parents.
Correct.
Yes.
And
I live in King City and I'm a strict opposed and so many people. So it's not just that about people outside the city. Or just,
Well,
So far, people so totally.
Actually, my son is right, and
Yes.
there were a lot of citizens who were going to agree with those who are outside of the anyhow, know how. What's our part? It wasn't the city's part, and so now we've got a prospect of changing it. It's already in process. No, let's not talk about the competition.
because it changes of transportation.
So let me pose this. So my understanding is that yes, we need to seek out developers.
So even for.
Develop vacant land, right?
Put the road.
But we've got to, the road plan is done first, so that developers don't force your hand on a route.
What about, we have to then financially plan for.
You've got to be able to. Flexibility on the TSP.
Yes,
And add it into our.
I haven't been.
yes, exactly.
It's always about money.
It always comes down to, I hate to say.
Show me the money. That's it, that's all this is.
So the original. When you come to mind, first, this is the way different developers, these roads, when you go to Pitchway, totally different. They lived with a plan at the time.
There's a part of plan for years.
So your with houses. Share what close together, different.
So.
Oh, it's right.
Say, so the master
This
plan right now,
is
we should.
is potentially.
Because I would say, I don't know how we do it. I don't know how we should.
Has it right on the river.
I mean, whatever it is, so.
So
That's the plan right now.
there is potential for you to have some
It's been neutered and
It is, but
It's not a resolution.
that's where it's.
why do we legislate?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Like, there's nothing that says I can't just, right? This one.
Well, we approved it. Because there it is, says the watershed.
Up there.
So this.
Because it's, that's what this.
Really the only thing is over. So,
That was.
but
part
this is,
of-
this is fun, that, so it's looking at this, the idea that we are pretty high. Property. It's like.
You toured the rehours.
The greatest.
You mean, yes, there's this well development down in Terrace. Down at-
That's
Inside,
also.
I think that we're just decide that's to sell, right? Let's say this, we want to actually sell this.
Yeah.
So I think.
They would, that would still go.
That's already in the works. But you want to-
Like, you're gonna put part. That's probably settling this size.
That's right, anything to put there. Is that what?
And that's part of the amendment on.
Yeah.
What this weighs it.
That's part, that's the next one. That's the next one.
Yeah. This one here, what are we gonna see then?
Okay. Let's see what they have. Don't ask us, don't ask us first. We don't have to.
Paper, okay.
Let's see what everybody else does.
No, I'm
Response.
gonna go to the bathroom first.
Yeah, good idea. True. They don't have an answer either.
Bonnie, Denny and Sandy, what do we got?
Are we gonna talk?
We're still.
Oh,
Still
man, let's-
talking.
no, it's fine. Well,
What we got?
so this is gonna sound, so where we're kind of struggling is that we don't have a parks master plan. And so we were talking about, do we create a parks master plan? But then kind of like we talked about a little bit ago is the challenge with that is we might say, create a parks master plan, Benny, and then I go off and do it. And then I come back and say, all right, the timeline of this is 6 years. The development's gonna be done by, or, so far along by then that we just spent all this money on a parks master plan that we can't do anything with it. So that's my concern for us thinking about a parks master plan. But where we're looking at it is there is that parks open space system plan that is already put together in the Kingston Terrace master plan of making sure that we smartly financially look at building those out, but then ensuring that we have enough infrastructure and to hire the maintenance, to maintain, not get into the weeds. I mean, we're talking about building infrastructure at this point and vehicles and all of that, even for the 7-acre park that we're gonna have built over there, of being able to have staff and stuff going to and from. As more parks get built, it's just, it all ties back to the budget. So sorry, that was kind of long-winded.
So
I
it's
guess I
bu-
would,
budget and higher.
I guess it would be kind of more of a, like a operational plan for.
Yeah, like a parks operational, like, how would you say that we want to continue? I guess it's us, that we want to continue going down the road of that, the parks plan that's already there, because we want to make sure that that is still being like, that we're not pushing that to the side. But even doing that, we have to make sure that it's budgeted and planned in advance.
So that's under strategy, isn't it?
The operational.
Yeah, but it's continuing to implement the terrace master plan, because this is part of that, which we want to make sure that that still moves forward. I guess if that's,
Part of it, so.
Yeah.
But they're not
that'll be
all of it.
implemented.
they're definitely not all of it,
No,
no.
but part of it.
So we're struggling with like, do we need objectives under this, or do we need action plans?
So we need to develop an objective, develop a plan on how to maintain it and pay for it. Once the developer turns it over to us, we have to maintain it. So and then there are the other ones that we're looking at. So we need to develop an operational plan. We might not have a parks plan, but we need an operational plan that has.
So parks operational plan.
Property's already here.
Well, this is-
About
What
this.
is your Sandy?
It's
Are
not-
you saying,
Says master plan. Doesn't say parks.
right, then so, are you saying
Continue
develop a operational plan for the Kingston Terrace master plan? Is that what you're saying?
Develop
No,
a
for
parks
That actually
operational plan
sounds,
for
It
the
doesn't say
Kingston
parks up
Terrace
there, it
plan.
says master.
It's a
plan.
sub-plan.
It's
Okay.
part of it though.
So, okay,
So
so
implement the.
Don't write it.
That would be part.
what
of it.
I'm hearing
Right?
you say though is develop a parks plan specific to the Kingston Terrace master plan.
It's an operational parks.
An
plan.
operational parks plan.
The Kingston Terrace development.
Yes, Ronnie.
Can I throw out, maybe this is the wrong,
Okay, guys.
kind of place to put it.
wrong category.
It might actually fit better
Yeah,
in support
exactly.
community focused growth-based quality of life with it being a park. I don't know, I'm just,
No, it's part, I feel like it's part of the master plan, and if this goal is to continue implementing it, parks is part of implementing that plan.
Right.
We should have a plan, so I like what you said, operational plan for parks, whether or not it's a
Right,
parks
because-
master plan.
Once it's built, they turn it over to us.
But if it's not a goal, then it's not something we're gonna continue talking about.
Correct.
And we
That's-
need more information on
and
what
we
Vinny is
do.
talking,
That's
so it needs
exactly-
to be its own discussion point, so that we can figure out which avenue.
Absolutely.
yeah.
Right, and that's what I think
Thank
I
you.
was kind of pointing, that was, I was kind of pointing at a little bit, because we do have parks here in King City already that we need to kind of keep.
But I think that would
We
be.
want this,
that-
we want this one specific to the
This
King.
Terrace
is-
master plan.
Right.
This is specifically under this.
This park and eventually these parks. So we've developed an overall operational Kingston Terrace Parks support, what you just said,
So I would say, yeah,
so
develop.
that we can budget.
And
It's theirs.
if we we can build on this. The point that I want to just get across to the group is I just don't know, and this is just my opinion. I don't know if we have enough time to put together a parks master plan with all the work that goes into that, the time, money. We're already in development, that the race has started. So for me, I'm looking at it saying there already is something here that we could build off of and use that as kind of our kind of the foundation, instead of going and creating a whole new foundation.
Develop operational parks plan.
Kingston
Oh,
Terrace.
Kingston Terrace, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes,
So we're.
that's exactly.
Develop operational related
Parks
plan.
And then along with it comes a budget.
Develop operational.
It's part of that.
Parks plan.
Yes.
also include about
Right.
KTMP.
At this point,
Vince wants to talk to us.
I know, make sure.
Vince has something to say.
I think so.
What I'm gonna say is, this is where Gary's stuff comes in, because Gary's got a notation here about this.
Yes.
And we haven't even talked about that.
Here, back here.
All right,
Want to talk about that?
Well,
It's because it's not our turn. It's not your. It was.
Oh, I thought it was a free for all.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were done.
Your third one.
No,
No.
that's all.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, you're just specifically talking about parks, but I also heard in your discussion when streets and other infrastructure that have been turned over to us,
Mhm.
do you include that in this, or should that be a separate topic that we have to have a plan for that also? Not just parks.
So I would say, kind of like what Robin just hinted at, there is an adopt capital improvement infrastructure plan that we'll get to here in a minute. For us, we didn't even get that far, Gary. We got as far as we got stuck on the parks, and then that's as far as we got. So that's why we only have that. Yeah.
About parks.
Remember, this is not, we're not chiseling this in stone.
Okay.
You can review this, you can reevaluate it, right? This is a starting point. You are coming from nothing, we're getting something on the board,
All right.
okay?
We will have follow-ups as a group. Ronnie and I have talked. We're gonna bring people back. We're gonna go through this again and refine it until we have a document. But so this isn't the end. We'll come back to this stuff.
So at some point on our finished document, can we have a note that says this is a growing thing? Because I can imagine we'll be at a meeting that, no,
So what-
it's right here. We got to fix that.
Right, so after we're done today, Rob and I are gonna go back and we are gonna, we should already been summarizing it, we're gonna summarize everything, right? And we're gonna send that over to staff as a proposed, here's our proposed product for a strategic plan for our portion of it, the goals and the objectives and the mission and the value or vision. You can choose to adopt that, you can amend it, you can do whatever you want with it, but that is essentially what our work product is. And then you can add to it, so maybe with that draft, maybe you approve that draft. And then staff goes out then and then identifies, okay, what are your action plans for all these, right? More detailed things, and you adopt that. So, but again, we talked about the strategic planning process, that circle with all the dots in it, right? It's a continual cycle. Because you're gonna get more information thinking like, okay, like the parks thing, maybe that's too soon. We gotta do roads and infrastructure first. Or hey, like just for whatever reason. Does that answer your question? So you're not coming out of here today with a strategic plan that you can't change, you can't amend, that you're stuck with for the next 5 years.
So the last bullet point is gonna be more to come.
100%, yes.
But you do adopt it, just so everybody, you do it. You do adopt.
Adopt or
Yeah, you
eliminate.
vote to adopt.
Yes.
You vote to adopt it and
That's
then.
exactly
like,
right.
But this isn't your charter, right? This isn't, I mean, this is literally just a work plan.
It's a living document.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're starting with draft number 1.
Yes. Remember, some cities I go into, they already have a draft. They have a draft 1 or a draft 2.
Yeah.
You didn't even have a mission.
Yeah.
You didn't know where we were going.
Not at all.
Okay.
Catch up.
Okay. So, keep those things in mind, right? Again, you guys are doing very hard decision making. I'm glad I'm actually sitting here and not sitting in your shoes. All right, group 2, let's go with you.
Now it's your turn.
Thank you. Go in there and then I.
Now we get out what Gary wrote, because this is good. Did you guys read what he wrote?
Yeah. You want to reread it?
Well, I just want to read part of it, because you just got off the tangent here with the parks thing. And the King City Terrace Master Plan is more than just parks. I'm gonna read a verbatim from what part of this. It says the comprehensive plan includes the community center and the parks project list. And then it goes on to talk about the funding of that. So there's more than just the park. It's about the building out of the whole Kingston Terrace. And how that building, which would cost a little bit more than what we got here, a lot more than we got here, would cost. I mean, there's no way to build that community center with the community we have now. It can't happen. I'm sorry. It's 110,000 square feet. and
Don't
$1,000 a square
apologize.
foot.
So what is the question?
So
Researching how
what's
to.
up here.
What I'm saying is, I think, and I don't even know what I'm saying because I got lost here. But what I'm saying is, there's more to just the master plan. The infrastructure, there's more than just the park situation. It's the residences, it's the building out of isn't retail gonna be built there too?
Yeah.
That's part of the whole thing. So I don't know if that's even a question to be asking yet, because there's too much of that hasn't been developed yet. Once that is built out, then we'll know if it's succeeded. We don't know. I mean, there's houses out there now, they're building them quick. They're not selling them yet. Who's buying them, right?
Can
We
I
won't
offer
know.
a suggestion?
Yeah.
So because this is our kind of, we're thinking 3 to 5, maybe 10 years, like a lot of the stuff will be built out by then. If we put it on this list, that doesn't mean it's something we're doing in the next year.
Yeah,
It's
right,
something
right.
that's like, this is on our radar
Right.
for the next 3 to 5 years. So I'll wait till I get to mine because it kind of relates to that. But I think we just need to keep in mind what we're putting on the board isn't like, we're doing this by the end of year one, right? But we have to think like Kingston Terrace is gonna be built out in the next 10 years. So what things do we need to keep on our radar as a discussion?
Isn't the property that encompasses Kingston Terrace more than just that development right now?
Say that again.
The property that encompasses the Kingston Terrace master plan is more than just that Riswell housing development right now. Isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's to come, to be developed, but we don't know yet, sure. So that's a long term.
I would just like to point out what Gary said that was really striking to me, even though it's not my turn. He said, needed before OBE, overcome by events. That's exactly what we're talking about. We don't have time for a master plan.
So may I offer then, if that's the case, then one of the things to do under the Kingston Terrace plan is to try to anticipate what those things that might overtake us might be.
Well, it's
And-
it's the parks, right?
Is it only the parks?
Well,
No.
in this part of the discussion, it
Well,
is.
I'm adding a
But, yeah.
second point.
It is your turn, Linda, so you can.
I know So the initials you just gave, you just said
OBE.
OPE, whatever, OPE.
Overcome by events.
So it sounds like staff needs to do
Okay.
more research and bring it back for timelines and timeframes.
Yeah.
That was a clarified
What
timeframe.
might overtake us that we might be able to anticipate?
So
And
can you say
it's just-
clarified timeframes?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be okay. And then I have a question after
So
that.
do you want me to write, do you want Robert to
Yeah,
write?
you can go ahead and write
Clarified
that.
time
Yeah,
frames?
yeah.
What's that?
That's
That's
not
my words,
Those
not
are her
yours.
words, not my words. And I wasn't thinking timeline. I was just trying to say that we might invite, and it doesn't have to be just staff who does this. What things might overtake us because of the development that's coming? We know how developments generally run, do we not? When developers come in and the things they want and the things they don't want. What kind of things might overtake us aside from the great subduction earthquake that could
So identify challenges.
identify challenges? Thank you. Just as a working list. I'm saying yes, to try to identify challenges.
Staff identifies challenges?
Just no, I don't, it could be delegated to somebody else.
Identify challenges towards completion,
Now I
towards
have,
implementation.
yes. We can maybe even strike that all off.
Okay, just a minute.
I do want to, with respect to parks, I have a question. KCCA, an association, takes care of, if I understand this correct, they hire the landscaper for the park on 126th Street and the other little ones within their territory.
Correct.
Is there a policy, a law that says we can actually require some developers to develop an HOA community?
So is this an IDA thing?
I'd put that on.
It might be an IDA thing, because that would affect the income, the expense issue with respect to parks in the
It
future.
was my question.
I would say,
In HOA
we'll
park.
put that on
No,
the
just
future
the
one.
HOA.
For my understanding,
Developers.
you can negotiate a lot,
Create an HOA.
right? So there's,
The city required developers.
there's a lot of,
To create an HOA
room for the city to be creative. And, yeah,
Because I think it isn't just a foregone conclusion that we will have to pay for the park maintenance once it's developed, depending on the development and it sits in.
But keep in mind that if this park was their HOA park,
And
None
city
of us
require
do that.
developers to stay in an HOA.
and if it's the HOA, we wouldn't,
All kinds of.
You guys are talking about this right now. We're not talking about this, we're not talking about the HOA. We're talking, so we're gonna, so put it on the parking board. Can city require developers to create an HOA?
Thank you.
So this is an issue, so this, it parks it, and we can.
Yes.
Continue on to identify our objectives.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
To be clear, we don't need 5, we don't need 4. Okay, so if we're struggling to find more at this time, maybe it's just 2 right now.
Yeah.
Okay? Jan.
Kind of dovetailing on this a little bit, which I had had previous discussion with others that were here previously. I see nowhere in our sort of master plan as a strategy emphasis on community benefit agreements with the developers. It's, you know, it's like we don't have a guidepost for that. You know, things like saying they have to have an HOA, or that they have to build a park, or they have to donate this, that, and other kinds of things. If we were a big project, it would be.
So
this
talk about
is-
restrictions to developers. Do we have a master plan for the guide for the developers?
It's usually negotiated in the D as.
So every,
Yeah, but we
Is there-
don't have any, like a list
don't
of
have
what
a-
we're gonna negotiate with.
yeah, we don't have a.
This is a parking board.
Yeah.
Look into community,
Like community benefits or betterments.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you have a list of values based on what you want this
Community
little community to be like that guide those negotiations?
I would say that that's something let's put on that board and then we would need to follow up on, because you get into those, it's a process.
It's a legal process.
Yes, and we would,
That, start with certain.
yes, yes, yeah.
And that's all I'm asking about.
Sidebar discussion happening right now. We're gonna timekeeping for each speaker, all right, no talking all at once. What is Robin putting? We've agreed, this is something that we're parking.
Yes.
So let's not spend time talking about it. What are we putting that will make folks in the room remember this is what we're talking about? Is this look into a community-based something? I need one speaker to speak.
I'd say Linda, go ahead.
What I was trying to offer or question was, could we develop a sort of an underlying foundational understanding of certain values we have that will guide our negotiations with new developers?
Perfect.
Going back to the kind of community we've been trying to articulate.
Can she write community benefit agreement? And
Yes.
if we all remember what that is.
Yes.
Community benefit.
It's what you said, Rachel, yesterday, live, work, play. Our values.
All right, anything more from group two?
No,
Towards,
I'm sorry.
back here.
we're good.
Okay,
We're
group
good.
three.
Okay, so we had started with parks, where are they going, and funding sources, but I think that is pretty much the first one, so. The second thing was, beef bend improvements collaboration.
What was the second one?
Beef bend improvements collaboration. Again, like, I think if it's not on the board, if it's not on the board, it's not something that we keep discussing, and this is something we need to keep.
Keep on our radar.
We kind of went back and forth on this, but with the understanding that this is like potentially up to 10 years from Vinnie's list, the Civic Center land acquisition is probably something that we have to keep in the forefront of our mind. As it
We need
relates to this.
Eventually.
So
purchase
Civic
some
Center land acquisition.
Surveys.
Yeah, whether or not it's, I mean, there's all kinds of issues with the community center as is, but nonetheless, we are gonna need that land at some point,
Mhm.
whatever is put on there.
Thank you.
We have SDC or monitor SDC fund versus CIP funding.
Funding.
Yeah, yeah. And then the last, we have continued community involvement.
Okay, are there any of these that need to be combined, or are these all separate things? And we ran into that for the first one. Yes, sir.
We ran out of time and I didn't get to bring up in our group. I think is something that we need to address, and that is the South Roll Mountain Stormwater Concept Plan that was developed by CWS. And there have been, within the master plan, there are descriptions about how we're going to take care of stormwater erosion issues. But those aren't measurable type of things, so they didn't get in the community development code. Now we have a new study, which is the South Bull Mountain Stormwater Study, that has all kinds of long-range intergovernmental requirements between Tigard, CWS, Kingston Terrace, Master Plan, and our city that we have to address. And the way they proposed dealing with stormwater and preventing erosion was for possibly coming up with funds to build high flow bypass lines that would go down each of the ravines and discharge into the Columbia River.
Into the.
Well,
I mean, the Tualatin River, yeah, to take care of ongoing erosion problems that have been caused by prior development. I think that's a big issue, and that maybe one of the things to implement the plan is we need to be able to address that. And there's a lot of problems with putting high flow bypass lines down those ravines that are class 1 and 2 riparian and habitat conservation areas. Stormwater management, yeah, and that, we didn't discuss this with our group, but I would like to say that maybe that ought to be something that we include as far as
Yeah.
implementing the Kingston Terrace Master Plan.
Yeah.
Is addressing stormwater issues.
My only
I agree.
question, is a clarifying question, is that separate from identifying challenges or something we have separate?
I would say that falls into identifying challenges, then you have subsections under that of what those are, right?
So put a parentheses and say stormwater question mark? Just so it's on the record?
So, I mean, would we want to address it separately? I guess it's my question, or.
I would say group it into, because you're gonna have many challenges, and then kind of like we fell into with the other one of combining it. I would say combined it, because then you're not just listing out all the independent challenges, they're gonna fall under identified challenges. And I mean, to be honest, even now that you opened up the store, Jane, the parks are a challenge, right? So I mean, there's so many things that would fall onto challenges for
I
me.
think that if I can, this was your guys' group, but the identified challenges, wasn't that more like anticipate? It's like all the things under there are challenges, but anticipate what we need to be. I don't even know, like what's coming, that, right, like the
We don't know
parks,
that.
like the parks need to be done before there's a point of no return. So anticipating what those are, I think was the kind of the basis of that one. So not necessarily, like, we already know stormwater is a thing that we need to figure.
Would you say then? No.
This is a challenging plan.
Yes.
So you feel like you're unaware of some challenges.
Yeah.
So you want more information, but you also are thinking of existing challenges, such
Yeah.
as civic land center acquisition. That could be a challenge.
It could. I feel like stormwater should be on there because we already know what is a challenge, right? So again, if it's not there, it's not something that we're gonna keep discussing and have.
Can I offer an example of an unidentified challenge? The war in Iran and the gas prices. That's way beyond our control. But to be aware that there can be global or national unfoldings that could affect anything we have planned. And just to remember that prices can shoot up, the stock market can fall, and we have to be thinking about flexibility in plans B, C, and D. Not that we're gonna create a plan that has all of those possible scenarios listed. That's all I was really thinking about, those unidentified, but things beyond our control that could crash in on us. And what we're gonna do if that happens, what happens to Kingston Terrace Civic Center if, for instance, wood goes up through this roof and we can't buy it?
Would it be fair to say, and I don't know,
I sometimes sound preachery and I'm sorry if I do. It's my dad's inflection, I know, and I try to correct that.
You got a license.
I know we get it who I ran.
Oh, I rant really well, let me tell you.
Identify, it's not an
It's
unknown future
That's right.
active war, active God.
You already know you have to develop a parks plan for this.
Yes.
Are you
Yeah,
already
we know that.
I'm
Wouldn't it
gonna
be better to
you guys
just-
be voting.
Yes.
wouldn't it just be better to say that we need a Kingston Terrace operational plan? I mean, all of these things, it's almost like we need our own roadmap for the Kingston Terrace master plan to be able to actually identify and show what's happening, when it's happening, how it's funded, and doing that, because there's so much in here.
Does that already exist?
I was gonna say,
No.
what is the word plan
So
mean?
right now we have
We
the
have
master
this,
plan.
yeah.
Master plan is kind of like way up here. Operational plan will come down a little bit
Would
to,
the operational plan include all of these.
You can
different
literally-
things,
You
like-
did, yeah. And that's where I
And
think,
that's what I was getting at when I said, do we actually need objectives or do we need action items? And I think that's actually a better way of summarizing what I kind of
Yeah.
noticed earlier, was not that you're not ready for objectives yet, you need an operational plan first.
Yeah.
Overarching.
So I think
Not
that's
operational.
So I think it means that, like, is that the staff present that, and then, so I did staff to present an operational plan, and that could be in 3 years, partially 1 year, whatever timeframe, they're doing the timeframe, I'm just putting it up, does that cover all this stuff? We're not erasing this is still obviously gonna be in their brains at some point,
Right,
so.
exactly. I think that's a good suggestion.
So I'm gonna back up a little bit. Gary and Rachel, do you guys agree that stormwater management needs to be on there from us?
Yeah.
So there we go.
I think the important.
All of your looks earlier and I did that, so I'm sorry. Also, and the just general staff presenting operational plan, is that what I'm putting on here or?
I would probably put that like on, like right under the.
Well,
Kingston
you guys will be right.
I would just say an overarching operational plan that encompasses everything, because it is, oh, go ahead.
Slight concern with
Yeah.
that is a huge undertaking and document that
Absolutely.
I heard for 3 years. Some of these things, we need to start discussing before we have it in a pretty operational plan, right? Like,
The thing I would push back on that just a little bit is that we're building the ship as it's, you know, floating, right? Or the plane as it's flying, however you want to say it. If we don't start putting operational plans together now and you start just cherry picking what we want to do, then we could start to put together an operational plan, and then those things could end up coming where we're having to either circle back, or now the plan that we had here, because we cherry picked, we get down to an operational plan that's no longer viable, and you're having to like play this instead of just doing it all at once. And I hear you though, where it is, again, these are the challenges that we're in. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm not in the business of doing that, but there's some things, in my opinion, that should have been done beforehand. So how do we fix that? And if we just cherry pick things, I'm just nervous that we're gonna forget either some of the other things.
can I offer maybe
Yeah.
okay, so my concern is, and I'm gonna use your argument for the Parks Master Plan.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna get to this point where we have this beautiful document, we've missed the timeline.
Yeah.
So if this operational plan includes, what are we doing this year? What are we, like, when do we have to deal with stormwater management? We can't wait till our operational plan is done.
So
So even though it's not, I understand what you say about cherry picking, but we need to really identify like what things are going to happen. Development's happening,
Yeah.
right? So what things do we need to make sure we are considering and discussing and have goals for before this nice tidy project is done in 3 years?
And I think maybe I said it wrong, because the Parks Master Plan, like Ronnie said it, that's the overarching master plan. We're talking about now operation. How do we put this thing into motion and execute?
Yeah.
That's where I think we need to start thinking about this. We have the master plan. It's done, right? Now we got to go through and start looking at it and saying, okay, what are the things that we're going to get done? And then when is that going to get done? That's kind of where my mind's at. When I talk about the Parks Master Plan, that ship has sailed for me, because I'm like, we don't have the pie in the sky moment to put this together. What we can do is do an operational plan where we can start looking at what we can execute. Does that kind of make that's kind of,
Like, you need an operational plan before you even know what all the challenges are. We identified stormwater and the concept of potential challenges,
And
and
I-
without the operational plan, you don't even know what else is out there.
Right, and I think these are our challenge, because they're the current ones on our mind that are like, these need to be dealt with, like, before 5 years from now, probably.
Yeah.
You know? So, yes, an operational plan, but like,
It could be a short-term operational
Yes.
plan and a long-term.
yeah, we
operational
need to make sure we're not passing anything
Yeah.
over.
So can Robin put short-term operational plan, long-term operational?
so that would be, Rachel, I kind of like the short term, long term, because then, okay.
That's right.
So short-term operational plan and long-term operational is two different options.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question about the stormwater. Is it part of this Kingston Terrace master plan, or is it on this sideboard?
No, it's in.
It's
the
in,
master
it's in,
plan.
It's in the master
Yeah, yeah,
plan.
it's in the
It's in the Kingston Terrace master.
All
plan.
right,
There
I
are
just-
several paragraphs and statements in there dealing with storm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
So my
haven't read-
question,
haven't
next
read it.
question,
Where
is are we keeping,
that master plans on the, it's on the website.
are we keeping all these then? Or are we really just gonna say our two objectives under this are for these two things to happen?
Can you also, if the group's okay with it, that when we do the notes, that the things that the folks have identified, that those are listed too, so that we have those as. Okay, perfect. Then I'm good with that.
Is the parks, now the first one, develop operational parks plan, are we now saying that falls under a short-term operational plan?
Are you guys in agreement with that? Cause I am.
Yes.
I'm saying yes. Okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna kind of not nix, but for as far as objectives, we're just gonna do short-term and long-term operation.
Okay.
They'll fall into those buckets.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So Jamie, when do we vote, put our stickers on?
I don't know if you need to. Yeah, I can ask you to raise your hand if you're okay with that, if you're too effective.
Yeah.
And it's okay if you're not okay with it.
I like seeing things in writing.
Well, I can put these either.
It's gonna be in our
as a-
summary.
as
Our
a-
summary is
yeah.
gonna include that you guys have discussed all these things, but ultimately consensus that I can live with it. I can, live with it and support it, is that we first need to do at least a short-term plan and then also a long-term plan.
And identify which of those fall under which.
And all those things will be underneath.
That is
The
gonna be-
blender
yeah.
of the other.
Yeah.
And there may even be additional.
There's probably, there will be a
Yeah.
lot.
Oh, yeah.
That might,
Okay,
okay, so is everyone okay with that? Do I need to raise a hand or are we good? I don't want anyone's voice to be lost. I think I'm good. You're good? Okay.
Can I ask just one? It's in line with this. So as we go through this, I'm just thinking in my head like priority scheduling. So once we get these done, is there another kind of priority? Cause I'm looking at like right now out of these two going, that short-term operational plan is going pretty up on that list, which means then I have a bunch of other things that have been directed to me that I'm like, those now have to go push down. So,
Did that happen?
no, I'm just forward thinking in my head.
So I'm not trying to just punt this to you.
No.
This is gonna be part of your action planning, is saying like,
Good.
hey, you told me, I've heard, this is really important.
Yeah.
So my proposed action plan is that this gets done, I don't know, in the next 6 months. But then that means like, this is gonna have to get done maybe in a year instead of 6 months.
Good.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, are you guys okay?
So we've got ranked one, obviously short, and then two long-term, and these will be recorded
As discussion.
as
items.
discussion points for staff to add in where they're gonna recommend it.
You all want to break?
You guys need a break?
Yes.
That's good.
That was a lot.
Let's do a quick 10-minute break. We're gonna start again at 2.
Yeah, we've got 3 more to do, don't we?
Yeah, we do. It's okay, breaks are now.
Okay.
We have 4 more. We have 4 more.
what?
Didn't mean to-
We need to.
I didn't see you go out ranting.
But I do,
Rant.
I need to warn everybody that I can get on a rant.
That's okay.
That is my separate, but thank you.
I ran it. Yeah. Figured we'd say that today. Talk about going back.
I don't understand the sound.
Control it, it's not. Control it.
Favorite cow.
I might have that.
You are, you have another.
Yeah, you want to?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I like to go all talk, sports team. I would like.
I get so,
We got 2 hours.
Playing games.
Okay.
All right, so we have 4 more goals to address. Okay, I know 4.
Just
Four.
getting Sandy.
We're doing the same thing. Okay, now, I think we're learning, the 2 that we've done, we've learned a lot. I learned from the first one that maybe we should combine before we rank, right? I learned from the second one that maybe before we can get into the nitty gritty, we need to say, where are we at and what do we need more information? Right? But I think when you're saying, I want a short-term operational plan, almost, I want to see a copy of the master plan. Maybe, because we have a lot of new folks on council, maybe we don't even know what we're talking about yet.
Amen.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next one, which is the amend transportation system plan. Not knowing the details, I know nothing about these. That sounds like it might be kind of similar to the Kingston Terrace plan, right? So I am not recommending we do this, but I would encourage you while you're talking with your group, your 5 minutes, right? Maybe what we need is just a presentation about the current status of the transportation plan. Or maybe informational packets back, something like that, some learning session about the current transportation system plan or something like that. So that's already been done. Okay, so again, you're gonna have 5 minutes in your group. I want you to identify no more than 5 objectives / next steps that you would like related to, the goal of amending the transportation system plan. Any question? It's ready to crush it. All right, I'll start your timer now.
We want to use the same thing, or do you want to make up our own? So you've already got it here, okay?
Well, all I'm saying is, I don't know that there's much to add to this. We have a company already hired
So there
to propose a realignment. So I just think maybe a review of where things are with the contract.
Well, you and I are aligned. That's fine. Okay, so the event, so see, I'm gonna ask this as the president.
So that the people that really want to see the transportation. Want to make sure.
Well, you know.
So-
traffic,
so-
It's very personal.
In other words,
Just saying.
because we have to wait, I think, till we know what they're gonna say. Right? So what do we want to add? So that would be maybe number one. Let the. And then the lower cost analysis.
Traffic.
Analysis. And so it's, you know.
This is feasible or actually it's not. I'm not a traffic planner.
Okay.
You know that, right?
So that part of it doesn't have to be changed. We live on the street.
It's-
I mean, you're right. Yeah, yeah. So even in reality, what would you want our Jason
Terrace will ask 4,000 cars my street. 4,000 cars at my street every day.
TSP.
Living on.
They're
Powell.
good.
you've got a city already
That's a
dealing
lot of
with
cars.
realignment. So that's being done right now.
Take that up in mind.
That's something in context of
What?
the TSP is
Is
already
that-
ordinance, which is.
And this was my whole, this was right, I've already hired a contract about the traffic problems.
Also propose how we
Give me
can
an
change
example.
it.
We are, because it has to go down. I believe go to 6 there now.
There's a-
Yeah.
See, that's what. that was the only part where they
And
put
but
the-
it's still making a nation.
It still has to go through the county. And look there, now, they may not understand, they may say no, we're gonna fix it. We don't know it. I think that's the first thing that you should say is,
But
the thing we wanna make sure that's amended is that it's changed.
Yeah.
it's.
We may not get a lot of other alignments, but if they can just fix that.
So that's the reason I got involved.
That's what everybody draft. Have that road base.
So it would be to
The idea is.
identify our responses to the proposal that the contractor is going to craft for us. Yeah, we're already off and running.
We're all gonna get a chance.
That's right. So you want to put that up?
I'll say, putting that,
You know, these big triple windows and between 5 and 7, although I can't. Maybe under
The wetlands that are all.
solid line of traffic going like this.
Yeah.
That. I think.
We're also
Maybe stop traffic.
One thing I'm thinking about.
some of those ravines.
So
Okay, but it's.
this is amending the transportation
So
system
this
plan,
outfit,
which
it's not just.
I'll tell you my thing
It's more than
is
this. So.
first let the process
Site
develop.
next to it, but it's not the only issue that. we need
Already
to
doing
address
about
when we get that proposal from that.
We need them to give us their analysis.
That's
next year.
it's already so.
The next thing is just specific to Fisher.
We don't have that. So not this, I'm not.
This isn't the whole team.
Here
This
is
is just the Fisher. road.
that will be the last time we.
Road.
They won't be looking at this. We can't be spending money to keep looking at this, because we've already.
Well, it's the vetoes. It's the.
So this will be the last. Change maximum. Looking to feel too far, I think we should interface. Keep them sane. So they think they'll deal with it. If they change it, they'll- and if they don't,
Yeah.
make it all so we can change.
Is what I.
I know that.
I mean, some of us are not, some.
But
people-
nobody's building walls.
No, they're not gonna do it after they do this. That's all developed.
So then I have this to decide, that's what, that one final, I say, the state planning up on it yet, but that's the whole, because nobody wants to change it, or because we've modified. But it has to be determined before a developer claims the property.
We have.
That's very good. So how would you want to do it?
Well, I don't know if we could do as much, I think, sure, I'll go back. Thinking about it, I think seeing the most.
I think the.
This is how we. Say we, and we can.
But I don't understand why we have to do things to.
Okay.
I think that's the one thing that'll do.
That's the source.
So we
See that.
have not started yet with group number 2.
No, we don't want to be first.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, so we didn't come to a consensus because we have a contractor doing this right now. And we don't know what the outcome is gonna be, but we know that the original transportation system is an ordinance, which is a law. It was approved by county, metro, it's all been done. So in order to undo that, there's certain portions of that. So I think what I said, the Bankston property, that needs to be realigned so it doesn't go through there. I think that's the main thing. Now, Linda and I talked about, Linda came up, brought the points up about the other wetlands that need to be also circumvented. But I don't know if all that's gonna happen within that system. I think if we're pushing for an amended, I think that's the first thing that's the thing we should try to win. If we're,
What part?
the Bankston,
Got it.
if we're gonna try to win something here, I mean, look, it's always a negotiation. We don't know what they're gonna come back with. They may come back and say, the original TSP is fine the way it is, you're done. We don't know, right? We don't know what they're gonna say.
I would say, let's not pay them if they said that.
Okay, we can stay on track. Let's stay on track, okay. Let's stay on track. So
So
your
I'm saying the
recommendation is,
Bankston thing should be the priority as far as making sure that's realigned.
so prioritize,
Avoid Basin.
Avoid Bankston.
Here we go.
Is that?
okay, prioritize avoiding Bankston. Sounds like your recommendation is that we prioritize Bankston. So what are we putting on there? Prioritize
Let's let
Bankston?
Linda say her thing.
Okay.
I don't object to saying that about Bankston. Where I'm having a little trouble with respect to timeline is the issue where we don't know what this company is going to say to us at the end of 18 months. If it's already written into ordinance, the old plan that cuts through Bankston is a fait accompli right now. What can we do in the interim before that report comes back and we respond to it to help us rescue Bankston? I don't know that we can do anything, can we?
So my question is,
But sorry.
so can I get a clarifying just process question?
Yeah.
So you already hired a consultant to help you amend.
That's right.
Yes,
That's in the works.
And when is their report supposedly about?
12 months is when they're reporting and staff will have an additional, so total 18 months.
Okay.
12 months from, you could say from about a month ago or now, 12 months from now.
Hold on, okay, so is there anything that you can do though? Other than just wait for the?
That was my question.
We are reporting out once a month and then we meet with, staff meets with them internally, but I would, from our standpoint is I would say, we do reports out once a month at a council meeting, so there is updates once a month. Yeah.
Updates
But
to
is there any
council?
action the council can take?
No, right now we've hired the consultants are doing the amendment. There's participation that council appointed positions and then community members will be involved with. Other than that, it's letting them kind of, we're hands off. We're not shaping anything.
Okay, so another clarifying point then, 'cause I did not know this at all, so I'm not trying to.
And this happened after we went through
That's
the
fine.
survey too.
No, that's fine. My question is that there's actually nothing that council can do right now to amend the transportation system plan. So maybe right? So between now and when you get the report, is it just
Yes, things.
keep council updated on status of
With this.
contractor report? Or
Okay, that's a different wording.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
We can't change the things, but we can lobby for it. When it comes our turn to have our discussions with them, we can say what we wish would have happened because it was a previous council that we weren't involved with that did it.
But are there built-in timeframes to get input from council?
Yes.
Okay,
Everyone,
so-
everyone, yeah.
So my recommendation then, because that is already going to happen, is just for council to be kept up to date on the status of the amendment. Yeah.
Or of the
But
contract.
can we not put pressure, as you were saying, pressure
I don't
on?
mean pressure, I mean,
But
Can we
not
say
the-
opportunity to respond to what's in progress?
Isn't that a part of the?
That's already.
Yeah, but that's already part of the
That's part of
contract.
it, yeah.
It's, I don't know, from my standpoint, I don't know if there's much you can add when there's nothing that the council can do. It's a contract that we've paid an external vendor to do, and they're gonna perform their work. And then when we come to amend the strategic plan in a year, that's where I think then you can start to put things on more direction, because you'll have more updates, you'll have more things, and then we'll be closer to them finishing their final product. Does that kind of align with everybody?
take another group.
Did you guys have anything else to add?
Yeah.
We didn't get.
I'm not trying to like completely like how your idea, I'm just
No.
thinking, I wasn't clear on what the status was, so I wanted to know.
And objective though that I think I'm hearing is have a contract and council should be apprised of that, which is somewhat built in, but it could be under this.
Keep council apprised.
Yes, and what I'm hearing too from folks, which I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly, is you guys all have concerns, obviously, and you want to have those documented to make sure that there's things in the TSP that you would like to see amended or whatever.
Right.
I think for this, if I'm hearing you folks correctly, this is the actionable items, or not the actionable, the objectives that you folks can kind of push me into them putting action items together. There's not much more that I can do besides just conversing with the consultants at this point and letting them finish their product until that's done, then bringing it back. And then I think we can strategize a little bit more. I don't know if I'm on the right
Well, I would have
path.
two things, so council will be kept apprised of status, and then
Can we know
once the
that, so-
final report is done, evaluate final report. Those are your two objectives.
Can we make that continued monthly updates?
Is that is what is available?
I would, yeah, or even, do you want to put them as like just council meeting updates, then it's once a month? Or do you want like,
So I said monthly.
That's kind of what we've been doing, right?
yeah, we've been doing,
Updates
making sure it's on the
on
agenda
that.
every month. Yeah.
And then can we add the evaluate recommended or recommendation, they're providing a recommendation, right?
Yeah.
And then evaluate consultants' recommendations. So that's gonna occur, not in the, occur in probably 18 months.
But that's what you're gonna do.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
We can
Report.
evaluate what they say.
You don't have to do what they say. That's, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Consultant.
I would say it's kind of both. They're gonna have recommendations in a report. Yeah.
We did have one additional that we can discuss whether or not it's appropriate. for them.
Okay, group 2, you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, group 1 here.
We had two additional things. One is identify knowledgeable people for community focus group. I think that is an action that you be a part of.
That already included in the consultant.
Well, those groups have to be put together and the consultants aren't doing that. So
The challenging piece is city staff was directed to do that, and I think council wants to participate in that, and that's kind of that might be an off a topic conversation for us to discuss of just the kind of going back to the charter of the city council and manager relationship where staff's been directed to do something, but then if council wants input, that kind of changes the direction of the city manager. So I don't know if that's something we want to dive into right now, or we put it on the list for later.
It's still asked though.
Should be a clarify roles and responsibilities
Maybe.
related to TSB plan.
Yeah.
maybe, 'cause I don't remember exactly what was directed, like, was it direct
It was
city
directed-
staff to create the focus group?
It was directed for the city manager to execute the contract with the vendor, which then part of that is we're the line of communication with them. We're not creating a focus group. That's the vendors doing that. And we're just facilitating in that. And then
Finding people in the community?
they're asking staff for our input and assistance in putting that together. And then you will all have an opportunity to have discussions with them, same with the community. But that's the way that I've understood it. Would you say that that's pretty?
Delineated in the contract,
Yes.
Yes,
maybe reading the contract.
that's not a bad,
Object, that could be a
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody
I
can
agree.
read it.
Providing
Review
copy
or
of-
review the contract.
Presentation or.
Is that, Rachel? I don't want to step on what
No,
you're, is that?
I mean, yeah, I was unclear when it was decided who was creating the focus group.
And that's gonna depend on the contract. I've had consultants or usually when we do consultants pick that group.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I haven't seen this agreement, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, and that's my understanding is it's on the consultant side.
It's like status, informational packet on, or not packet,
I mean, I can distribute the contract. I can just,
is that part of your monthly update, your first one, or is that separate?
no, I would say that's separate because I mean, to be honest with you, I'll just do it today.
I
I'll just
think
send
you
you
can
guys.
just leave it in, it just send it, maybe just send it.
Okay, so I
Put it over there. Yeah, that'd just be something that,
regarding the TSP consultant project. Yep, there you go.
And for focus group, like specific people in the focus group.
And a little bit of history, this is such a hot subject for this community. And I think that was why, when we were talking about it just now, why we were hoping that city council could direct or suggest participants for the focus. It's because there are people who have great history, years and years of history. And we should take advantage of that. We have to.
Okay.
I agree with that, in that at the council meeting where we interviewed the companies that were gonna do the study. Some of the discussion was around people in the community who are knowledgeable and should be part of the input to the consultant.
Hmm.
And we named a few,
Yeah,
but
we did.
and so I think that's really high on the wish list here to make sure that people that have the most knowledge and are most affected by the outcome of that are interviewed by the consultant.
Okay, so I want to take another time out here. You already have a contract in place. It may not be legally possible for the council to pick who the focus groups are. I don't know if it is or not. Or maybe the contract says the council is going to pick the focus group. Until we know that, that's gonna be part of a monthly council update. Okay, so we know from currently the objectives that staff is gonna every month provide you with an update. Maybe after the first or second update, you have follow-up questions, part of those updates. And maybe when it's time to select focus groups, the question can be, hey, what does our input look like? And these are all things that are not a today problem to solve. These are issues in the future to solve. But it's not at this time. These are all valid, that's a valid point, right? Again, I know there's a lot of controversy around the TSP and everything, but ultimately, you already decided to amend the TSP. But choosing how to go about that is you've already decided to put a consultant to do that. So we can't dictate those little things in because we don't know what's in the contract. We don't know if you can. Is that fair?
Vincent, do you know if there's just a focus group that they pick? Or are they gonna also interview other people separately? Is that separate, or is it two focus groups? That's what I was.
so I would leave it like this is Max gives updates every council meeting. And so the last update, I'd go back and review the last council meeting. He kind of gave a milestones of when those dates and timelines would be. The other thing is kind of dovetailing on what Jamie said is this is and I'm gonna have the contract so you all can review. For my understanding is per the contract, they're selecting, they're choosing. We're not influencing or dictating how they're doing that. So they will ask staff questions and then we respond. But we're responding based on the questions they're asked. We're not driving that ship, they are. So we're allowing them to come in and tell us what they need from us. Cause just like Jamie said, we signed a contract with them. We're in agreement that this is what they're gonna provide for us. And then we're playing our role and responsibilities within the boundaries that we can play within. But a lot of it's being driven from the consultants. That's why we hired them to come in and to do that for us. But there's, like I said, I will make sure there's a whole list of stuff that Ronnie and I are putting together that'll be distributed out to you folks. So get ready for your reading. You guys are gonna have a few weeks of buckling down. So go find a nice beach somewhere. A boat, maybe you have a boat.
She's bored.
Sorry.
It will be addressed, just not today. We
Yes.
just don't have the information today to address it. Last comment, Jan, and we're moving on.
We all agree that, what is it, fair and hers, or what, how appears, how do you say their name? when we did the interviews of consultants, that they seem to be the most community cognizant and friendly. So maybe some of this questioning is borrowing trouble until we read the contract and we get a new update.
Group three, any group three?
Yes, are we gonna talk?
The only thing that I would probably say, since it says amend transportation system plan, is reducing traffic. That's kind of what we talked about, and then we talked about monthly updates, so that's really, and, that's about it.
Reduce traffic, do you have the ability to
But I
do
don't-
that?
No, not really, I mean, that's a wish.
But that's something that hopefully once in 18 months, that's something that might be included in that. Is there anything that you can do today or in the next year?
That's my question, because there's things, I believe there are things that we can do today that are a result of this plan of Kingston Terrace coming into play. Because I think what I believe, without probably facts, is that the original King City is going to become a pass-through. And we need to start mitigating the traffic that's coming through on King George and Royalty Parkway. The people that are passing through to go to and driving
Hold on,
past.
are we doing that by?
I don't know the
looking at
answer to that.
I would say that's more of an infrastructure, because you're talking more about the infrastructure.
I don't know the answer to that.
For this, I would say that this goal is to amend the transportation, the TSP. We did that. So now I think what we're waiting for is I will give updates and we will give updates every month. And then whatever questions you folks have, we will address those. And then once the consultants are done and then staff has their stuff that we have to do, once that's done, we will reevaluate and we will go through that. And then if there's any action items that you folks have from there, then you direct them and then we'll add to this. Think of this as a fluid document. This thing is not static. So we can add to it after that piece.
Yeah, this is a tough one, because again, you already have a consultant doing work on this, so, okay. Are we okay moving on to the next one? Everyone's like, yes, please. something.
Yes.
Okay, next one, I don't know if it's the right word, but strengthen community trust and confidence. And I'm gonna break up your groups and mix things up again. We're gonna do this way, okay? Groups this way.
Okay.
So you're gonna have 5 minutes. I have to get up.
Yes.
And
You got
wanna
that.
roll about
Trying to do some.
strengthening community
Yeah.
trust and confidence.
Again, you want to roll this way?
All
Community
I can
trust.
He's not on the roll. I'll be here.
I like these chairs. It's old school.
Okay.
All right.
Alrighty. I will take notes. Yeah, that's what I'll take. Okay. Sorry, let me know what we're talking about.
Strengthen community trust.
Confidence.
Oh, I need my glasses too. I need my
Okay,
glasses. I'm
that's-
kidding.
I feel like we're doing it, like we've started doing that a lot, right? So what are the things that we're doing now that's working or the things that you want?
Unless they read.
So- We make the deal.
The things.
But is that plan? I run for,
And how about
observation last year. Yeah, before we go, similar thing. Really, that's the only reason.
So it's the how.
Parent.
That might help decide to tell. Things that we should.
Yeah.
So that's a new construction thing. And you can.
You who are run.
I don't even know what we're doing.
So.
Did you notice it? That she is.
Yeah. I mean, that would be, it'd be helpful because then you're kind of, you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So,
I'm gonna be spending that much time on the road.
okay. Strengthen community trust and confidence.
So.
Reasonable about.
Prioritize. So that's kind of what the sentence are made. I don't know how.
She's
How, resource or like, that's something we could.
I don't know. I,
Um,
couple I don't.
Sure.
I mean, and wouldn't you say too, and just going on and not on this,
But.
I would say, so strengthen community trust and confidence. What's one thing I've done with both communities since
Anyway, so,
I've gone to each of your HOAs. That's, I mean, the city is coming and I'm
Facebook.
to community members and
she's doing a really good job.
Howard.
We could use more.
He's like, why are you calling me? It's been 5 minutes since I emailed you. Work for you, you know, and so that's not good. It's, but that's, I don't know, those are things that I'm thinking of, I'm like, that's good objectives, you know, I don't know how much time I'll have, and I don't want to put myself into something where it's like, there's these goals each month, I don't know if I have to do that, but you know, embedding myself in the community, I think that strengthens community trust. You folks, you know, this might be something too, I think I mentioned this, I think I maybe have talked about. Is we do a lot of advocacy here, and I know you folks go out and do stuff, but is it, I think this whole. We haven't talked about yet, a town hall, or are we gonna do something outside of a council meeting, like in the community, like. An event that maybe we all participate in, that the community sees, and I don't know what that is, but just more involvement outside of a traditional level.
Yeah, she's updates now.
Yeah.
What they've done this last week.
So they have a newsletter.
Yeah.
A lot of people that they like to see. They don't go online.
Yeah.
They just, they want hard.
Yeah, I know.
So I know, you know, budget wise.
Yeah.
It's advertising.
I know.
And when you advertise something and people have it in their hand, it's different than when they have to go online and scroll through. So sometimes advertising is important.
Just a strategy, I'm not trying to derail this, how do you know, as a marketing, right? So I think about my uncle knew a printing press, and he had the printing press, and when I was a young man, I asked him.
Well, we did that in survey.
We got lots of.
And what happened, he did transition and he tried running it.
They just, they won't do that surveys. They're just disgusted.
Throw anybody through, 'cause I don't want to use the word that I just used. But how do you take something like that, where we have a process that times are changing, money's changing, I still want to provide paper. How do we do it in a way, like if somebody wants to print it, they can print it, but then digital, we can pump those out every 30 days. Right? Then I can put more stuff out that I can even put in a tripod. So,
Well,
okay,
the KCCA.
yeah.
Partner with them, find out who's their person. They got a lot of.
That are outside.
We can do the same thing.
And we put appetite, that'd be interesting, it's something to.
Yeah. KCCA does it.
I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's like, Oklahoma Chamber of Commerce, that's where.
I'll think it's.
Oklahoma Chamber of Commerce does their.
Anytime.
And then continue, community outreach.
We only got another hour and a half. We don't want to load it up.
I feel like this is gonna feel a little better. Yeah, everyone was ready for this.
Is the storm project. Did you read that?
Isn't time up?
It's a.
Moving on, folks.
That's a little hanging fruit.
Very, very militant, very.
I'm not talking.
This stuff gets me so, you guys get.
Step away from the table, it's looking.
Middle group.
Are you middle group?
No, middle group.
Prioritize openness and how decisions are made. Prioritize,
No sidebar discussions.
prioritize once again, openness in how decisions are made. And we only have two. Number two, HOA updates from council. From council? Yeah. What does that mean? Do they? Like,
there's subcommittee
so
on the-
we're just trying to speak of, or talk about ways that we can get information out to everyone, and there are many HOAs, and so having, our HOA liaisons or just council members providing updates, attending to answer questions.
Sorry, that was not part of my facilitation, I was just.
Yes. And that's it.
You. This group.
We have that we want to optimize Erin's role, the
PIO.
PIO.
Public
She's
information
doing, she's increasing, but how do we help her do that?
So optimize.
Get more, how to, to get more information out of the community. And then we have, Gary wanted us to, promote community projects like the storm drain renaming project, which these two think is low hanging fruit. I didn't know about that either, so.
Projects?
Community projects. We'll have community projects that promote trust and confidence.
Good, yeah.
And then we've talked about getting more people onto the email lists so that they get updates. But one of our largest HOAs is not participating with us in that.
Which is.
Across the street.
Not participating in what way?
Well, like Steve took over a batch of the surveys because they
Yeah,
don't.
the parking board discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Are you
we're
guys
running,
doing that?
sorry,
Okay,
Sandy, we're
yeah,
running out of
yeah,
time.
I can get brief
It
later.
doesn't matter.
It does matter. Yeah.
They're difficult. You can put that on the parking board, ACCA, difficult.
Final group?
Yes.
Yeah.
So continued community outreach.
It was fun.
And then
Is that through established means or new means?
So is that through your chief information officer?
new means, because they're kind of, I don't know if they were established. I mean, not before I got here.
Continue to have
Yeah,
media
yeah.
that you use.
So
They're
it'd
they're
be,
new, they're relatively new.
yeah, they're new.
Yeah.
So continued community outreach is fine. I think that we would know what that is. And then this next one, so help me understand this. So we were talking about doing a monthly newsletter. I discussed the fact of digital, but then we also discussed the fact of paper and some ideas. How would we present that?
I would duplicate the HOA, KCCA HOA's newsletter. It's monthly. How are you guys doing? You've got a lot of advertising. How you could make some money. I know that they have volunteers who pass it out, and put it in the mailboxes. They do not put postage on it. And that may be challenged. That may be a thing of the past. It's an issue with Steve Glass, who is head of, what's the group, volunteer group?
So
The
Lions
Lions Club.
Lions Club.
Would we put monthly newsletter? Oh, sorry.
I feel like this is explore. monthly
is.
newsletter.
Explore. Thank you.
There we go.
Yes, 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 yes.
How to do it, you were just saying, please do
Yes.
something.
And then
Thank
And
you
then-
for calling me back.
one more from our group is create, explore volunteer groups.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Explore.
Explore volunteer,
Yeah.
yeah, volunteer opportunities.
Yeah. I just feel that.
That's it. No, that's because we've been talking about.
We've been
that.
talking, yeah, for months.
I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to shutting people down. Okay, are any of these, should we combine any of these? We're gonna rank them next, but do we need to combine any of them? Do we need to? Are they all separate ideas?
I think that's,
Vince?
I think the one where we, explore monthly, second to the bottom, I can't read it.
Newsletters, sorry.
And the one with our, that we put up with our PO, the third one could be combined. Cause that's her job. That's what she does.
Optimize PIO and explore monthly newsletter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
The group in agreements with that? Is that?
Are those two separate and distinct, or can they be combined for regular?
It would be.
Okay.
But he's doing community outreach, so it's really 1, 2.
Well, hold on. Sorry, I didn't hear what we were talking about.
Is optimize your PIO?
Okay,
Does explore monthly newsletter fall under those job duties as well as continued community outreach?
yes,
I think.
So can we combine those three?
I would
Yes.
say even the promote community projects.
And
All-
volunteer.
Are
All of
those
these
three?
are
That
one.
might be under our purview in a sense.
Yeah, I'd be careful. The continued community outreach, that's kind of something that
Yeah,
you're doing and city council's doing.
yeah, we were looking more, I think, for that of, like, I've been going to HOA meetings and,
So not just your PIO.
no. It's been mostly me.
This one and this one.
And I would just share, just to
I think they said not
Separate, they're
the
separate.
community
This-
outreach.
This is different.
I just want to also, don't want us to get into a position where council's dictating what staff does. So I'd caution putting optimized PIO, because that'll be at my direction of what I'm choosing for them to do. And I don't want it to be where there's conflicting, where now the council's telling the PIO what to do, or you have an expectation of what the PIO is gonna do. So I'm a little hesitant on putting optimized PIO on it.
Say we're gonna nix it because we're looking at roles and responsibilities. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. And it is it's his oversight on staff. So if he's saying council is not dictating what the PIO is doing, then council's not dictating what the PIO is doing.
So we need to remove optimized
Yes.
PIO and leave everything else.
Yes.
And then if you decide it's part of her job,
Exactly.
then it becomes.
And then because I might give it to somebody else, right? There
Yeah.
might be, so I would, yeah.
That makes sense.
So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That it is back to the roles and responsibilities. Okay, you guys ready to rank? Yep. You get 3 dots each.
This is like the hardest part for me.
I'm doing paints this time.
I'll just do my own, get your own.
Okay.
And make sure they.
You know,
So, you know, the thing about
say,
the-
traffic, I believe that traffic could be resolved before the transportation study plan.
If it's not on the list, we'll forget about it, Sandy. Make sure it's on the. Then you're gonna say something.
I'll sell my house and move.
Yeah, you know, when I got into that farmer's market thing, yeah, that falls.
Yeah.
into this category.
Yeah.
I think this ended up being too vague, and then I think this is actually, community
I
outreach.
would say it's community outreach to be a part of that.
I don't think I can do the study.
All of them are all types together.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
It's almost not fair when there's computers.
I think.
My kids would agree.
Anyway, so let's-
Like, no idea how to think about it. Yeah. It's so true. Like, do you realize? Like, what a mom thing to say. So that's like.
Say that.
I need to run my 5K, so yeah.
You can do it now.
Yeah, till 4, and the pumpkin.
I do think these two were the hardest.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're very, yeah, which is hard to accept.
Yeah.
It's her time, so right now, her time is.
Cool.
And we have 120, and we went kind of should be artists. Yeah, so I. That's a good.
Oh, and running a 5K. Good for you.
Did you buy shoes and socks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Compression socks.
It's gonna evolve into a half. It's already well.
Sharon and I have been working on this farmer's market for a long time, but we don't have the infrastructure down there. We don't have light, you have to have license, you have to have operators. We're gonna use Tiger. He's found a place to do it, but now they won't let us do it. They- they're losing the-
I want to see you do it over here.
What? Division.
Let's do it here.
They won't let us. If you get them to let us use their parking lot, then you wanna talk. So,
that's.
you mean in front of this building?
Although I did.
No, in
Amazing ideas.
next, over by Sherry's.
That was the problem. You can't use, they wouldn't let us have access to
What's the
their.
day? What's that big?
People that Ronnie or someone checked with, they wouldn't let us have access. We have to have electricity.
All right.
So many decisions today, I can't do it.
It doesn't own that.
Okay, so we started off with, prioritize openness about how decisions are made. That got 0 votes, but, I believe it's because we believe that these may be encompassed under continued community outreach,
Yeah.
okay? The second one that was mentioned but did not get any votes for the same reason that they probably are already included under continued community outreach is HOA updates from council. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of scribble through these. They're still gonna be recorded as things that were discussed, but maybe they can turn into action items or something else in the future, okay? No, that's it. Oh, you're right, you consider. You're like, gosh, like, no one can see it. Stop it. Okay. All right, so then the next one on the list is promote community projects. I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. dots. The next one below that is continued community outreach is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dots. Explore monthly newsletter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then explore volunteer opportunities, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if we were to rank these, the top two for tied is explore volunteer opportunities and explore monthly newsletter. Then number 3 is continued community outreach. And number 4 is promote community projects. How do we feel about that? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yep.
Neutral? You can live with it and support it?
Yeah.
Cool, that was, how easy was that?
Right.
Okay, next on our list is adopting a capital improvement and infrastructure plan. This makes me nervous, guys.
I love this one.
Let's just let Biddy speak to that.
Question before we get started, is there already one in place?
Yes.
Okay, do we need to change this at all then?
I would say there's additional items that are not in our current CIP, so we need to talk about.
Is it adopt or review?
It would be a review because it's not adopted.
Amendment to the group, can we change instead of adopt, since you've already done that? Should it be review capital improvement and
Yeah.
infrastructure plan?
Yeah.
Is the group okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take.
What is it?
What's
What
what?
is the plan?
That's his
That's the
little.
resolution I gave you.
Yeah.
So that in front of you is that's your CIP. And there's TSP and parks in there, but yeah, there's a
Okay,
lot of other things that have been added.
so you're gonna get your 5 minutes again. You're gonna stick with the last group you had. Okay, I want you to remember the work that we did with those two and how the question is, do we need to identify objectives or is the objective, we need more information? Okay, so with that in mind,
Clarifying question.
yes,
Yeah,
sir,
Penny,
Gary?
We have the master plan CIP.
Yes.
Do you have additional CIPs that are separate from the master plan? Like the dot.
Those, so I don't, can you speak to that? Do we have I don't think we have a separate CIP list.
No, so that was a
That was a council directive, right?
council directive. So it was one of those shiny things.
So the main thing is master plan.
So-
Yes.
Okay, all right, that helps. Thanks.
Any other clarifying questions? You guys can do this, I know. All right, 5 minutes. Ready to
What
go?
are our groups?
The same as last, the same.
You,
Yep.
So is this strictly limited to? the new development?
This is encompassing all of King City, any CIP. That we're talking about. So like the paddle launch is not a part of this. That is different, right? And then we're now talking about positions that would be acquisitions would also fall into that. So, buying the Kingston property. There's another property potentially for sale down over on the Tualatin. There's the Sherry's, stuff like that would be, for me, that would fall in.
so.
So what do you want?
So what I think we're lacking here that we need is, we have all these different, like, we just have stuff everywhere. Things need to be consolidated. We should have a true consolidated CIP. It's kind of like Gary said, you have the master list over here, and there's like, TSP projects, parks projects, projects that don't even have to do with SDCs that are over here. Then you have your street programs, which are council, and those are happening annually. We should,
All of that.
I would like to be able to put together a comprehensive list of all of them. And then what we need to work on, which this is a heavy lift, so we need to put them together, cash flow assumptions for our, like, if we put together projects and there's projects, I can't,
Okay.
this is the challenging part now. I can't tell you what projects, when we do those until we get through these preliminary 60%. That means that we would, the city has to be okay with either a sunk cost or some sort of cost to say, we need to figure out what the actual assumptions are. I can do a preliminary assessment, like we're doing with Bankston now, where I'm gonna come back and say, these are the things that I learned. I won't know stuff until I do a deep dive of like, how much is it gonna cost to build a park? I'd have to have preliminary and 60-90% done to be able to come back and say, okay, this is how much construction is gonna cost me, this is operating and maintenance expenses. In the capital world, those are the things I want to see in order to be okay with saying like looking at even this list. There's probably very little funding plans put together for this now. So we need to, yes, that's. But those are the things that we need is like, if we're gonna, like the paddle launch, there's. We need to fund- When are we gonna do this? So I would say for me, Steve, in a nutshell, we need funding plans attached to current capital projects. We need to know the kind of cash flow analysis.
Do that,
Yeah,
you need a cash flow analysis.
Shiny objects the minute they show up.
I need to know a cash flow analysis. I need to have a kind of a schedule. I need to have milestones. I need to have a schedule put in place.
A list of CIPs.
Yep. So I think the easiest
Working
one,
on that.
easiest one, put all the CIPs on the list. And we're doing that, right? Put all the CIPs on the list. That's an easy box to check. Then we need to identify out of these projects, in order to put timelines together.
It's already happened.
That's right, because I need to start doing some design work, because that's gonna tell me how long it's gonna take to do these things.
Talking from.
And that's the cost also, so then it's like, which one of these priority wise things, the street improvements, just so we all know, these happen every year.
Right.
And then we gotta look at funding sources, this is all street funds, I think, is what pays for this and gas tax. But then some of these will be SDCs, and then some of them will be general fund, some will be grants, that all needs to be defined.
Okay, so back to that.
Yeah.
So
One
you
more.
want to review the list
You need a
as
list.
additional and to
All
leave
the
ones.
CIP.
go on.
And then
No, I
you
don't
need
think
that list prioritized.
It's not.
Yes, absolutely.
And you need that prioritized with
This was just a.
working with the city government.
And you know what this also ties into, to be honest, it kind of bleeds into the short-term and long-term operational plan. We ran this for the Kingston Terrace master plan. We almost need that for the CIPs. We need, so the way I've done CIPs in the past is you've done like a year forecast, 5-year, 10-year, out to, I think the furthest we went was 44 years. And so we looked at that, and granted, 44 years is so aspirational, you're just throwing numbers at the wall. The 1 to 5 years though, that's where you start, but that, I think we do need an operational plan put together first.
Students around from the.
I don't think so.
Right.
And I think like this is
Yeah, good.
essentially what.
It is.
I'm
We can talk about that, yeah.
No, I'm talking that we're.
Okay.
So back to this, the list will be, file the list, prioritize the list, and then.
I would say, and then, well, then we need to start putting together assumptions. So, and then that comes into design.
Okay.
Yeah, like preliminary, I can speak to you. Okay, you guys cut me off or, I don't
That
know,
I short.
interrupt me if I'm going down one second.
Yeah.
So I wanna deal with this. We need to form that page here.
Well, it's you.
To add.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because there's strategy with this from my understanding, and then there's also a cost associated with it if we go down that road that we just need to.
Yes.
So.
But I time, that's.
Yeah.
You can like, leave the flowers. No. Okay, who wants to go first? Oh, that's right, yeah. Who wants to go first?
We just have one we can put up there.
Okay, great. Oh, Ronnie has it.
Identify additional CIP projects, with budgetary and time, schedule,
What was the last part, Ronnie?
with budget and time schedule,
Budget timeline.
timeline, thank you.
With budget in accordance,
No, just
or just this?
with budget.
We were,
So the reasoning is there are other projects that are not currently in our CIP. And so our thought was identify what additional projects are out there and how that affects like budget timeline, and do we need to add them? Right?
Budget or timeline?
Yes,
And,
budget
and.
and timeline.
And timeline.
Are we working on that? Are you thinking projects that are outside the master plan?
Well,
It's
I'm
everything.
thinking what's not in here, cause if we have adopted a capital improvement plan and that is this.
Yeah.
There are a lot of capital improvement projects out there that are not in this.
Right.
So our objective was identify all those projects not in this, because if our goal is to review and potentially amend, right? We need to identify what projects we want in our CIP, but we would need to know budget and timeline.
Right.
Right? So anyway, that was our thought process. Thank you for middle group.
That was middle.
Yeah, thank you. Right group or left group? Right group.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Yes, and my group would like to have an educational workshop or a training with council and the planning commission to tell us about SDCs, how they're calculated, how they're spent, when you can spend them, blah, 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 pretty much.
SDC training.
SDC training with
SDC
council and
training.
planning.
And planning, that's right.
Good idea.
LOC might have one.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
I'll talk to Heather.
I feel like we might, I feel like there might be one on the schedule.
okay.
Potentially, don't hold me to it. I just feel it.
Oh, for like future classes that are,
I think there's already a workshop in place.
Yeah.
oh, that's right.
Talk to Heather. We are, Rob and I are not doing. Her first go-to right
Is it our turn?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and put another star on that first one. We are in alignment with that as well. I think that is something that we all want. The other thing is, let's see, what else did we talk about? How do I put this into an action item? I think the first step is kind of going back to what we were saying. I don't think we can even get to the action. We're going more, I'm going more into the action mode. Just looking at this, we can't even get to prioritizing preliminary 30, 60, 90% design, any of that until we identify all the projects, then prioritize them, then go. So if you guys are okay with it, I don't have anything additional because we have to get through that first one.
Yeah.
Vince, you had something though you wanted to bring up, and it might go on either that list or this one.
I
So
think we should wait till next week when we do the capital or the strategic, no, what are we doing next week?
next week's charter.
That's urban renewals charter thing.
Oh, great.
And I have to talk to the people in California before I talk to you guys about it. So
Okay, then we can
we'll skip that. till next week.
So back to, we can't prioritize our capital improvement?
until we got a list of what they all are, because kind of
Yeah.
kind of like Rachel's saying, they're kind of all over the place right now. Like you have that's
Do you
SDC
wanna add
projects.
prioritize? Cause I just have identified, do you wanna add one that's just prioritize?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say after identification, prioritize. So you could say,
No,
Well, the first one is additional.
Separate lines.
So then I would say then prioritize the full CIP project
Yes.
list.
that's what we came up with.
yes, okay, maybe I
Okay.
misunderstood the first one. Let's identify all of the capital
What do we need
projects
to add?
and then prioritize it. Yeah,
All, yeah.
all.
And then train us.
We will learn together. No, I'm joking.
Right?
Well, and we really have to prioritize this before we can even like really get to a lot of the things too, so. All right.
Ooh, that's
Okay, do we need to rank these, or are these kind of just ongoing things that will naturally fall in place?
Say it's like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. Yep.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
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 Is that right, consensus?
Yep.
Everyone's
on board?
Yes.
Any concerns?
It's like, it is.
Yes, I
We're doing it now.
Okay, all right, moving on, forever be silent. All right, the last one, woo-hoo, and it's a feel good one. Support community focused growth based on quality of life. We will keep the groups that we just had one last time. You get your 5 minutes. Okay, ready, go.
We're got that right here.
Great.
Support committee focus based on quality.
I'll be so glad to get out of this for part of their quality of life. Not
didn't
under
choose any
control.
of those as needs.
That's the only
It's already-
reason.
It is getting colder.
But that's what it's. Fine, I have no idea.
The only thing that I put, for me, like I said, The reason why I put bring together various neighborhoods from a better city is a need on.
So-
My view.
Community
of
focus.
a city that
So it's modifying growth.
just
First thing.
can live next to each other, like, how would I put this, be cohesive? Like, can benefit a city where, then you're not having anybody complaining, coming in here and causing, taking time away from staff and so if everybody's aligned or at least kind of cohesive, then it just saves the city time. That's why I'm, but I kind of see what you're saying as well.
Yes, the progressive.
Yeah, a lot of these. Could be,
Yeah. Some of them are pretty harmony within a public sphere.
so-
So you should. Gone out to the new. Didn't make no sense.
Drinks,
They don't.
matures.
They don't know what.
They don't even know, well, it's.
I think
They think they're unincorporated.
I don't know.
We've done.
I don't know that I know. Drinking.
So, yeah, so.
So you're young.
Oh,
They're gonna get little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
They're always gonna be the one with place. They're gonna be set.
The survey, don't.
So supporting community
About-
focus
So improve the roads.
road based on quality of life.
So
Their quality of
right.
life's gonna be
The
different
roads so that.
Because they're in a different.
And bicycle.
They're in a children
Yeah.
centric environment and we're in a 55 plus community centric. environment.
So you say that is kind of a, for you, section that
Devise
meet a quality of life standard.
What I would say, every individual I she talks.
Community, input from surveys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with us,
Yes.
every different community.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah, should I write that?
Yeah.
What did I just?
They should be like.
So target state, addressing to each of your
Yeah,
target
like
state.
from Howard, this is clean up the.
Old city.
Okay, that solves this problem.
Is somebody on the other side? They'll never have to go down there. You know what I? Well, we know what I'm saying. Somebody lives up on this side of town and they never come down there and they're.
Exactly. Just like you use it. I use it.
It's not so
Yeah.
far up
I
the
cut
road.
for it every
that
day.
once-
Meaning that.
You put that into.
Is it that
into
that one's small,
perspective.
but friendly or what?
I mean, there's already speed.
Put up there.
There's already speed bumps.
Yeah, so.
In where?
That's it. There are, cause I'm right next to the golf course. And dude,
Oh, yeah, there, yeah.
that's how I cut through from, I'm trying to make, I can't be. And I get onto the road. and I hit- There's 1,000 people doing it. That's why they put this. But I mean, being sensitive to that.
Yeah.
And if she wants to push her stop sign at the line sign, to turn right over.
So it's using house.
Then I was gonna do it.
I suggest we. Put that up.
Much of it would be
Both
a-
of us class one concepts in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, those, I mean, it's,
All of your medicals, some people come and talk to you
Just
about your
addressing
blood
it.
Yeah.
So you don't know what itch.
I think it was like.
water.
They must-
But I don't know.
They're not very.
Driving.
Oh, no, we're not.
Yeah, that's our, our, right.
I have friends who use an itch water, and they-
Yeah.
Do they attend each other?
Great idea.
So.
That's very good. Yeah. Well, they're.
USPS.
So
No, no.
so when they come back, they live in Tamara. So, yeah. so we don't know anything about it. We
Yes.
need to talk to
Yes.
them.
Yes.
She's still. the HR president. See, that's it. We've got different communities doing different things. Yours, that's the best thing. That's the best.
And even bring together the responsibilities for residents.
You should have.
Address it with-
Show up to
It works for you.
Yeah.
Guys, help us be careful.
Yes.
That's your job.
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Try to put that together. Okay.
Well,
It's
How do you want your grade?
The other ones.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to go first?
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
No one. No one.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Fire Mayor.
We are ready.
Prioritize community input from surveys for top amenities. One more time. Prioritize community input from surveys. For those new, we have conducted several surveys over the last year and a half about top amenities, for top amenities. So going back to the input we already elicited and figuring out what's top of that. And then number two, amenities that also generate revenue. And like, one of the things was like the post office, the passport photo services, like these are things we can provide, but also like makes it so, or top two. Or old two. Who's next?
We'll go. Let's see, we had
Steve Allen.
growth
Yeah.
in a responsible and cost-effective way.
That's good, Noel.
It encompasses everything in our mind.
But I feel like you need more specific direction.
What was given, those are the choices.
It's like a mission statement, right?
We have one more.
Well, are we wanting to distill that with specific, is there something kind of
I would,
in there, or do we want to move to the second one?
for me, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues in my group, but for me, I align that with the second bullet that you have. Is when I'm thinking about growth in a responsible and cost-effective way, it's looking at amenities that possibly generate cost recovery. Yes. I'd star that. Are you two in line with that?
Well, my question is, that's different than generating revenue. So it should be revenue and cost recovery.
So for me, I call revenue cost recovery.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a phrase I use because we're not a business and we don't have a bunch of money that we're piling on the side. We have a purpose for it. So I use cost recovery.
So the dollar sign will be cost recovery.
Yeah,
Should I say cost recovery, or is this?
I don't.
you can say revenue. I just.
Leave it as money.
translate cost recovery.
Yeah, I just started.
Yeah, just start.
Yeah.
Does that work for the group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we had one other one, to bring together the various neighborhoods for a better city. I know you guys will laugh at that one too. But
Jan is back here insulting people.
what do you think, Denny or Vincent?
He left.
To do what?
Oh, wait.
Is it?
Bring together the various neighborhoods for a better
We
city.
talked about each different area has different needs. You know, I'm meeting with the people in the new development and they don't even know they're in King City. They don't have an idea because they're new and they're young. So gonna have different priorities than the people, like you want a sign put up so people don't go through, turn right, only turn right.
I want
Okay.
to close the street, but
Okay,
yes,
well, that's another priority for you.
it is my only
Let's
priority.
come
yes.
up out of the weeds though. What would be our bullet point?
Coordination, outreach, that's kind of.
Almost assessing each neighborhood's immediate wants.
Assess,
Various neighborhoods.
Well, each neighborhood's different.
assess each neighborhood's wants.
Well,
Wants and needs.
needs, I mean, a want and a need, all the stuff on that I put as a want, and then a want, I didn't put it as a need, but. You know, she wants a sign there.
It's okay, you can have one.
What if you just said like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she wants a sign there. Now, if we put it up, that's to solve some of the people in that neighborhood,
I
right?
could say priorities. I
I'm
could
still
say
gonna turn left. Tell you.
So another example is Sandy, you've got a problem with people speeding.
I have a problem with,
Okay, in that neighborhood, then, so Edgewater probably doesn't have a problem with people speeding.
Yeah.
Is my,
they're speeding in my neighborhood.
I know.
Because don't they have, aren't there,
So that's an example of the difference of
That's
needs
right.
in all the neighborhoods around the.
We've said in sessions, we've heard how awful it is for the houses along Fisher.
So do we want to call them needs or priority? The Vince, I've had assess
Or
each
want.
neighborhood's wants, needs, priorities, any of those words, all three?
oh, that's fine.
Which one?
All three.
Wants, needs and priorities.
I'd
Are there
agree.
speed bumps on that street?
They don't, they don't. They don't see them.
Oh.
They just go from speed bump to
You
speed
guys have
bump.
any more?
Oh,
No,
okay.
It's fun to watch them fly.
All right.
I drive that all the time.
You're married. I'm here. Taking over. All right, group, the last group.
That would be me, our group. We want to organize community volunteer groups for events. Like KCCA has hired art volunteers, and they let us see how well we use our car, our blinkers, and, so we do this thing. So those kinds of things, like what Ronnie does with the blood drives, and there's health seminars and things. So if we had volunteers that could help us with that.
For city events?
Yeah, for city events, organized community volunteers for city
Or project.
events. Yes, ma'am.
Is that going to be different than explore volunteer opportunities, or are we kind of?
It's about the same.
I thought we were
Dipping into-
talking about-
They kind of combine.
Do we want to add them?
Well, this is about growth.
That's true.
That is about something else. That's about community building, relationship building,
Trust and-
trust and.
They cross, they'll cross.
So cross over.
This question. All right. Any more?
It's, yeah, if you have a community that has a lot of volunteers, then that makes people want to live there, which causes growth.
I might beg to differ, being an introvert.
Too much.
Is
there anything else?
with this and that and the other thing, I just turn it off. It's
Was there anything else from group three?
That's fine.
No, that's okay.
That's it. Okay, so
Just a clarifying thing about that category is I'm not even quite sure what that means.
Can I help with that?
Yeah.
Community focused is an adjective and should have a hyphen between it. Because that is, no, community and the word focused.
Between communities.
Where's my eraser?
Because it's modifying growth. I struggled with that sentence too, until I realized we're talking about community focused growth.
Growth in population, growth.
Community is help assessing where your community, how they feel about growing and what they want as the community grows, that it's in keeping with what your community members want. Is that what that means?
I think it's really getting your constituent like buy-in, not buy-in, but
Yes, ownership,
needs, right? Because the city, you could ignore your constituents and just do whatever the heck you want,
right?
right? You really could ignore and just say, you know what, we don't care about community, we're just gonna generate revenue. Right? But getting the community focused growth is that you're probably gonna get some community input. And really focusing on what your constituents, like, it's the residents who live here, what they.
One way to maybe get to that is to change the word support to foster.
That's a choice for you guys to make.
Would that make the category or the goal more clear for you?
Yes.
Is
In
to
other
find
words,
support
we
with-
wanna improve it. We wanna foster it. We wanna support it.
Does the rest of the group concur with that?
Foster instead of support. Does anyone object? Foster community focused growth based on quality of life. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We will get started again at 3:15.
Are we ready for
Do we need to rank them? Or are these just things that we are continually doing? Are we keeping all of them? Do any of them need to be combined?
I think there's just 4 of them. Let's just keep them.
This one had an asterisk, so it could be first amenities that generate cost recovery.
If that helps in another arena, that's good.
And then is there any preference for prioritized community input from surveys for top amenities, assess each neighborhood?
1 and 3 kind of go together in a sense, because it's the,
So if I can just offer clarification on ours, it was specifically related to the surveys we sent out about, do you want open space, trails, do you want? And so I think that still is like different than each neighborhoods, because like in Sandy's neighborhood, they want a speed bump so I think that's a little bit different than these overarching amenities of,
Like one's a community amenity and one's neighborhood specific.
yeah, one's like more like city amenities and then like specific, yeah.
Well, and number
wants,
three, I
yeah.
keep hearing it's a problem solving issue. Where there's a problem, the neighborhood wants solved.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's not like an amenity.
Not an amenity at
Yeah.
all, yeah.
I would
Maybe we should assess each neighborhood's complaint. Or,
He wants to prioritize.
yeah, I think that's fine. I'm not trying to edit that, but that's the difference I see between those two.
I don't know that they need to be ranked because they really both.
They both need attention, don't
Well, you already have the surveys done. We do, have the surveys done. It's just a matter of acting on like the top of.
Are we good with just the list as is? Okay, 5-minute break. We'll get started again. You got 4 minutes, 3:15.
they? Go outside and get warm.
Yes. Oh, man.
Yes.
Like,
They're not.
yep.
It depends, but not the hard part done.
What's next on the list?
I have review and recap. and close it. Huh? Be recap. closely. That was last time. I told you we're gonna. Oh, waiting for the thing to turn green.
Oh.
No, Ronnie.
No, no, it's me.
Oh, it's over there. Okay.
Yeah, we have to.
Got it. All right. Okay, can I start? Okay, all right, so let's just recap what we did for the past 2 hours. All right, so we have identified various objectives for our goals. Okay, so goal 1, provide efficient and fiscally sound, that's what we take away. Sound municipal services. You rank your objectives in the following order. Maintain financially sound budget and timely audit through annual financial planning. Establish long-term financial sustainability. Generate revenue without passing through the resident. Maintain and ensure infrastructure and right-size staffing through organizational capacity and modernizing operation. You guys did that today. You have a goal and you have objectives. So awesome job. Goal number 2, continue to implement Kingston Terrace Master Plan. Ultimately, your 2 objectives in order of priority are for a short-term operational plan and a long-term operational plan. We've also included items to be included and discussed are develop operational parks plan specific to the Kingston Terrace, identify challenges, beef bend improvements, collaboration, civic center land acquisition, monitor SDC versus CIP funding, continue community involvement, and stormwater management. Okay, you all did that just now. Goal number 3, review capital improvement and infrastructure plan. Your objectives are to identify additional capital improvement projects with budget and timelines. Prioritize then all the CIP projects that have been identified. System development charge training with both council and planning commission. All right, how does that look? Very good. All right, goal 4, foster community-focused growth based on quality of life. Your objectives that you've identified are amenities that generate cost recovery, prioritize community input from surveys for top amenities, assess each neighborhood want, needs, and priorities, and then organize community volunteer groups for city events. How does that look? It looks like really simple.
Can I just say, it looks so good on there versus. Like, wow, we did a good job.
You guys did work. When I started yesterday, I was like, guys, we did some hard work. Like, whatever, dude, it's so easy. And the past couple hours have shown where all the work has been done, right? All right, goal 5, strengthen community trust and confidence. Your objectives are to explore volunteer opportunities, explore monthly newsletter, continue community outreach, promote community projects, additional things that were discussed during this time, or to prioritize opens and how decision openness.
I think that was lifted off.
Oh,
the,
yeah,
um,
we.
Openness.
Yeah, openness.
NESS.
One moment, please.
Openness.
I want to actually change that one now because we did cross out. You guys did discuss it. Yeah. Okay, 1 moment. So goal 5, strengthen community trust and confidence. You're going to explore volunteer opportunities, explore a monthly newsletter, and continue community outreach and promote community projects. How nice does that look? Last goal is to amend the TSP. Your objectives is for staff to provide council monthly updates regarding existing contract with the consultant and to evaluate the consultant's report and recommendations with the consultant contract complete. For about 18 months. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. Okay. All right, so that completes this portion of the strategic planning process. So what are the next steps? I will talk about that once I can find my PowerPoint. There we go. All right, so we did some clarification. We did a lot of planning. Next steps is where we are now. So part of the implementation part, right? You've identified goals. Council did that with some input from staff. You've identified objectives of those goals, council. And ultimately, strategies and action plans are going to be developed and presented by the city manager and staff. Okay, that's not going to happen today. It's going to happen at a future point. Then he's looking at me. I don't know what he's in here now. They are going to provide basically like how the roadmap to get these things done. Okay. So ultimately, they're going to identify action plans for each objective, and essentially it might look slightly different, but practices usually are the who, what, when, where, and how, right? Who's in charge of the project? What is the goal? How will the project be delineated? Who's responsible? When will it get done? What will the outcomes look like? Okay, so these are all things that ultimately will be addressed in an action plan that you will get. Remember, we've talked about this. I think you guys have a good grasp on this, is that ultimately, whatever you want to do, consider action plans recommended by staff during the budget approval process. So I know you just kind of completed this year's budget approval process, but you know what? They'll be next year's. Okay, and when staff are saying, hey, we need to increase this line item so that we can, prioritize community input from surveys, right? Think about the reason why they're asking and think back to your whole strategic plan and where you want to focus your resources. I always like to talk about that. Then you're going to execute, okay, at some point, and this is going to be an ongoing thing. It's not going to happen all at once. But it's to follow through. Okay, so we've spent 2 full days identifying your mission, your vision, and your top 6, your 6 goals that you're going to focus on, and objectives that are going to get you to those goals. It would be really silly to never look at this again. Okay, you guys just took a lot of mental load to get this thing done, a lot of time, a lot of money to do that. One of our recommendations is that each meeting memo identifies what goal and potentially what objective that memo addresses. Okay, because if you've said these are going to be your focuses, these 6 things, then your time should be spent focusing on those things. There will be one-offs, there will be things that come up, right? But ultimately, the recommendation is for each memo is to state what are we addressing? And that's just a recommendation.
So we would do that at the beginning of the meeting or when we set the agenda?
Sure. So that under each agenda item, you have staff reports generally. You could ask, what one of these goals does this staff report address? And it's possible that it would be, this does not address one of your identified goals, but this is why we're bringing it to the attention of council.
And will you be emailing this to us?
I will email it to staff and they'll distribute the
Okay.
communication. Yes. Okay, so then once you execute, you're going to constantly be evaluating. Okay, so again, things come up. No one had COVID on their bingo card, right? So something like COVID or the war, like the war in Iran, right? That might impact your ability to do these things. You're just going to have to continually go through this. Then he said, like, might be re-looking at the strategic plan in a year, and that's okay. This is your first time doing it. This is the hardest part, but you got something down on paper. Something's not working. Maybe you try to assess each neighborhood's needs, wants, and priorities and say, like, there's no way this is something we can tackle before we, figure out our community improvement plan. Okay, something like we're putting the cart before the horse. So you might want to rethink the use of valuable resources and consider an alternative or amendment. Okay, these are all things, it's a working document. Again, the hardest thing that you guys did was just put something down on paper today, okay? So let's talk about what we did. Okay, we started with an intro, right? Jamie and Robin. The purpose and objectives, right? We got to a mission, we got to a vision, we got to some goals, we got to some objectives. Talked about the process. We talked a lot about actually your goals, right? Whose job was it? Is this something that council can do? Is this something that staff can do? Is this something that someone else is doing? We, I think, clarified a lot of where King City is today, and I think there's gonna be more clarification. You've identified things that you need further clarification on. Talk about your scopes and constraints. Essentially, it's just money is where you're constrained. You identified a mission. Your mission. We are a city committed to promoting a safe, sustainable community and thriving future through effective and responsible governance. You guys did that. It's a good mission. I like it. You also identified a vision. Sorry, it's kind of hard to see because a lot of these things. We envision a flourishing and vibrant city with a strong sense of community where you can live, work, and play. I like it. Okay, so just the fact that you guys have a mission and vision, I thought, like, I was like, if we don't get through anything else, this is amazing that you already got that, those two pieces in place. Okay, we got to goal setting, a little bit more time. It was painful. A lot of ideas. Great. Okay. We had prioritized some of them. We got to objectives. Okay. Who knew those 3 items would take the whole day today? Okay, you guys got through that. We also talked about next steps. Okay, that's the action planning, that is the implementation, that is the evaluation, and so on. Okay, any questions about that? Yes, sir.
For the mission and vision statements, should those be adopted when this is adopted, or can we adopt those earlier
You can do those separately.
separately?
It's up to
Okay,
you guys,
'cause
yes.
I think those are pretty spot on. I mean, that's my opinion, but
Yeah, so that is something that you guys can adopt. Can you do it today? I don't know how you.
not today.
Not today,
I don't know.
but
Next,
Yeah.
yeah.
So staff will guide you guys through the adoption of those and also the adoption of your strategic plan. What's gonna happen? So the next steps, part of that is that Robin is in the middle of drafting, kind of like a summary. We'll also have the actual plan, which is gonna include your mission, vision, your goals, and those objectives. We will give it to staff. It's in a draft form, and then you can choose to adopt it. You can choose to do whatever you want with it. You can choose to wait until, staff adds action items to it. It's really just, here's your map, right? Here's your, we have, as your travel agents, we've completed your our recommended vacation.
Jamie, in your experience, do you see it as, because I've seen it where like adopting the mission and vision, adopting the strategic plan, and then you're just, it's a fluid document. So then action items, or do you see it in your lens of having it all be encompassed as a final package and then council adopting it?
So I think you could do 2 ways. So I think you can adopt, you can adopt mission and vision separate. That's totally fine.
Okay.
But then the packet essentially that Rob and I will be giving you guys, you can also adopt that before you do the action.
Okay.
And then your action planning can be more fluid. But I think that there does have to be some sort of adoption.
Yeah.
That authorizes then staff to go forth and do work.
Okay.
And then you make sure everyone has the buy-in, because you might come, after this weekend and think, wow, that was a bunch of crap. I really think we need to change this thing. I don't recommend you guys get into the weeds. I think we just spent a lot of time doing that hard work. So I think we have a lot of buy-in on that. So don't forget that. Okay.
So back to the action plan, this is probably a question to you, Benny. So as a project manager, wild guess as to a time frame.
Of putting together an action plan?
Yeah, a year from now, a month from now, or?
I can do, so in my head, what I'm envisioning is think of an Excel spreadsheet, and then I'll have columns, and each column will have, like, you'll have the goals, you'll have the objectives, and then I'll have action items, roles and responsibilities, time frame, and then support needed. And then each of those buckets, I'll have to go through each of these and then determine, I could probably get that started. And then as we go through, most of it's assumptions, spaghetti on the wall of like, I think this will take me 3 years. I think this will, and then as we start to get into it, that's where I'll refine those, and it either speeds it up or slows it down. Let me think about, because that piece I could probably get together, you know, in a month or two, that piece, and then actually getting more into the weeds with stuff, but at least you would have a document, like an action document to go with that. So let me follow up, let me follow up. We're gonna have kind of a quasi meeting next week with the charter session that we have on Tuesday. If I can wait till then
Oh, yeah.
to give you
yeah.
an answer, if that's okay.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Your thoughts. with it.
Well, kind of in concert with your question is how soon would you want a discussion with council on what you won't be asked to do that's already been on your to-do list?
I would like to, if we could have, you know, by next council meeting, if we could have a discussion like that. Are you saying like, kind of like going over all the things that have been?
Well, you've already talked about, you've got more to do than you can do.
Yeah.
So where would you like to cut is one question.
Okay,
And make a recommendation, and then what might we say that we can cut so that you can do this work in the time frame you would hope to do it.
I almost feel like that won't it kind of take care of itself when you do your action plan?
that'll all be encompassed
Projects
in there.
Either aren't or need to be pushed out. Like, I feel like that should be.
Or to
pretty
even
action.
add to this too, if I'm hearing right, is I can take the action plan for the goals and then I can take what's been assigned to the city manager and just build that into that
Okay,
action plan if
yes.
it's not
Yes.
defined.
Yeah.
Then we can go through, because then to be honest, this is how we'll probably do things moving forward, because then I can assign, you know, who's gonna be doing this, the time frame. Then like we said, the goals and objectives are done. Now it's the action item that needs to be performed and then all the timeline stuff.
Well,
But
but if you're working on something that you're like, realistically, this happens next year, then that's in your action plan.
Sure.
With your timeline, right? So I think
Yes.
now you know where we're going. What are you already working on? What is a realistic timeline?
And then it's easy too, when we're in a council meeting, I can pull up a document when we start talking about stuff, and then it just makes it easier to digest of where are we gonna fit this in on the list that we
Yeah.
have? You know, yeah, we'll follow up with that, but yeah, I should be able to get something to you folks like that, and then I can incorporate what Linda's saying and Rachel.
I have to say that I think this is really good timing with our next council meeting also being our state of the city. That we
Exactly.
And a vision and a strategic plan. I feel like that's good
We
timing.
did this on purpose, Rachel.
Yeah.
So, you know, like,
Yeah, it seems like a really good time to.
Yeah, and Robin and our goal, we're gonna work on this tomorrow. We hope to get something tomorrow, if not by Monday.
Cool.
We wanna make sure obviously our typos are taken care of. But it is our goal to get this to you soon, so that you can start doing your work.
Sweet.
Yeah, this is a priority for us. Okay, so what else do I got? We do have a couple of issue items. And we're not gonna have decisions or actions yet, but I'm just gonna leave this with you guys and I'll go over them. So we talked about a couple things that need follow-up. The question of can the city require developers to create an HOA? Another one was community benefit agreements, clarifying roles and responsibilities regarding the TSP consultant project, specifically the focus group issue. And then I have HOA update. Okay, so these are just things that we've made sure to document because they came up, but we didn't have, it wasn't the purpose of this meeting to address those things. Talked about that. Yeah, I talked about, we'll have a report that reflects all the things we talked about. That's it.
Can I just take like two minutes just to? Because it's easier than you guys have to around. Well, I hope that this was good time well spent, and so thank you for entertaining this. I felt like I got a lot from it, and then watching all of you interact with each other was fun for me in the back, because I don't think since I've been here, we've had a meeting like this. Everything's been done in a very formal fashion. We've had our kind of workshops, but this is kind of the foundation that I want us to build on. And then the idea is that we're going to have these goal setting sessions every year so that we come and we have, and then I want to take what they've done has been phenomenal. I absolutely love the process that we've done. So you'll see some similarities of what we'll bring to the city and that we can just make good decisions. But I hope you see as much value as I saw in this. And so I'm excited to move forward with you all. And yeah, anyway, that's kind of the end of my speech. So thank you very much.
I think there's I can see a lot of like team building that was happening, just now really that was it.
And thank you to our two consultants for coming and doing all of this hard work. And this should be for all of you that haven't participated yet in LOC, this is just a taste of what you get. I've been fortunate to be around them now for 5 months. And I can tell you how impressed I am. And just from the amount of networking, the attentiveness when I'm calling and asking for questions, and then the resources that they have to give to us. So please utilize them as much as you can. They are there to help us, and there is a whole host of resources for us to take advantage of. So
Yeah, side, we have a lot of conferences and events, we have a lot of scholarships available too.
absolutely.
So don't, if you're like, yeah, I would love to send my whole council to our conference, but you're like, you're only can budget half of them, reach out and see if there's a scholarship. So we have money to do that.
That's
Can we
good.
go around the room and people have closing comments, maybe?
Oh, that'd be great, Steve.
Maybe I'll start.
Okay.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it immensely too. It was a great opportunity, not be so formal. One thing that I learned, I always try to pick a nugget that I didn't expect to learn. And I look back at the way it used to be in the old city manager and how one-sided maybe the roles were. And here I learned that it's okay to push back a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually a very healthy way to have dialogue and have some pushback. And maybe even arguing, but nobody got mad. Nobody called anybody names. And to me, it was a real good thing. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I'll just echo, this was so beneficial for me. It was so great to, I think the team building just that naturally happened and working with each person kind of individually and different groups, just like this was so beneficial. And I think was so good just for the way that we're gonna be able to work together in the future. And we do see how aligned we are and like-minded and that can have healthy discussions and disagreements or varying viewpoints. So yeah, this is great. I'm excited.
Good. Yeah, I enjoyed getting to know each one of the council people and the staff. You know, it's working together. You don't get that when you're up here on the bench, because one person on one end and one person on the other, you can't see the expression on their face.
Yeah.
And this is really helpful to get together in a workshop where you can talk, and even though we're being recorded, I mean, it's a lot easier to talk. One thing that still is in the back of my mind about the community has issues that they want to see us addressing. And one of the outcomes of what we've done here is we come up with a big plan. It's going to take a long time. And they're going to want to know, well, what about this issue? What about this issue? And they're not going to be hearing something that is about their concern. And so I'm wondering how we're going to be able to address that so that they know that it hasn't fallen by the way and is pushed to the side and kicked down the road. That's a concern. Because we're not listing individual projects and things that maybe are at the top of
I
some.
think that's when we come with the action items.
Well, I think it also comes too of, you folks live in this community. You are the neighbors. You guys are the part of what makes up this community. I would say, Gary, to your comment that you have an opportunity as a counselor to go out and share the messaging of the story. And then the purpose of the strategic plan is to bring the community along in our journey so that they don't feel left behind, but then they have an understanding of, well, now I see why my issue is not a priority because of all these other priorities that the city's got. And so is the stormwater priority more than the weeds in the middle of you know what I mean? Where I'm not saying that's taken away from it, but it gives them a better understanding and it empowers the community to see, man, the city is working for me. Look at all the things that they're doing instead of us not sharing anything and not being transparent. And then they're going, what are they doing? They're making decisions and they're not doing what I'm advocating for them to do. But that's just my 2 cents on that is we all have a responsibility in that. But I think as a counselor, you're walking around your own community members out when you're out there. So it's, I would say you play a huge part in advocating and pushing that. Each of you, I would say a lot of you live in different areas of the city. We have different representations and different HOAs. That's a valuable piece that you can be able to communicate with members that I might even have challenges communicating with because you have access to them better than I do. And I'll come and do is everything I can to help advocate. But, I think you're out there, talk to your people. You're at the grocery store, you see somebody, bring them along with the vision, show them what we're trying to do and buy them into it. And then they might even become a part of it. So.
Anybody else have anything?
Next, oh dear.
If you want to. You don't have to.
I enjoyed this very, very much, and you're right, the camaraderie and getting to know each counselor a little bit better and to understand Vinny a little bit. Ronnie, I've known for a while. I think this process was invaluable and I see us all being able to talk to our neighbors and say, this council has a very positive attitude and we're working really hard to prioritize the community as a whole and to make it a better community. And so, thank you for arranging this and thank you too for doing such an excellent job.
Well, I want to commend you all for the process. I've had to work with groups on mission and vision, and I wish I could have hired you. But I've appreciated it, not just in the outcome of what's happened today and all insight learned and how much I appreciate that and the atmosphere, but getting better acquainted with Vince and Jan and Sandy, because the way our table is arranged and the fact that we sit in that line and don't have too many occasions like this, it hasn't really been possible. So I've really valued that today, especially.
You're both right. I don't like this setup. I never have from the beginning. This needs to be changed at some point because we need to be able to look at each other when we talk. I've never been in a city council where it's lined up like the Inquisition. And I know we can't do it. I know it's hard to imagine how we would reconfigure this, but yeah, being able to talk to everybody in a group is a lot more informal. It seems easier for people to speak their mind because you're right. I can't see you down on either.
Yeah,
end.
that's right.
And I'm talking to a vacuum. And so you guys did a great job. Thanks. Have a nice drive back to Salem.
Yeah, I would pay for it.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Very knowledgeable, flowed really well, kept us on track, told us when to stop talking. All those things are good. I would like to especially thank Rachel. We're really fortunate to have you as our mayor. Amen to that. And it tears me out because of what we've seen. And I'm just really appreciative of you. We've got Steve, and I'm really appreciating Vinny as well. And I've enjoyed my time with all of you very much. Sorry, I don't know where it got. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we all pretty much think the same, just in a different way.
What?
I know, right?
You can say that now?
What I've noticed was, we all had, the same terminology for a lot of the stuff, supportive, community services, stuff like that. I also would like to thankful for the mayor to be here, and Jamie, I'm always happy to see you. You too, Robin. Man, no, thank you all for participating. It was, this was a long time coming.
Have you ever done this before? Here?
Not here. I've done other trainings here, but not this robust.
this.
thing.
As far as I know, as long as I've been here, we've never done this type of
Yeah.
planning. It was always from a different staff member coming in saying.
It's been like an executive session, except it wasn't quite so formal. Because it was law.
Well, and there's your selling point right there, Gary. We've never done this before. This is something that we've never done. And it should show the community, right, that we've.
I should say, in the past, the other cities might have, or cities, sorry. The other counselors before my time may have done it. I just haven't found any proof yet.
How long have you been here?
10 years.
Okay, there you go. 10 years. 10 years. This hasn't been done.
Yeah.
But you've been here over 9 years, right?
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah, so
Almost 10 years. Yeah.
So we were due.
way overdue.
Thank you guys so much for your
Yes.
times.
Yeah.
Do we, any last comments or do we want to motion to adjourn?
Yeah, real quickly, just,
Yeah.
so we have the meeting on Tuesday.
Yep.
And at what time? 1 o'clock?
3.
1 to 3,
1 to
right?
3.
Okay, and then,
We wanted to, are you okay if I
Go for it,
interject?
yeah.
We wanted to ask if it's okay. So there's There's one resolution that's coming. One of the things that we have found is some of the IGAs, I can't sign and it needs to, the council needs to sign it. And so we're starting to see an influx of IGAs come. So there's an IGA that, it's not the metro allocation one. Is it, or which one is it that?
I
I
don't
can't
know.
remember. There's one of our IGAs that we have that I need to have council sign. There's a due date behind it. So we were gonna bring a resolution to have the council review that, approve that. The other thing that we were gonna discuss is I wanted to call an executive session for a possible property acquisition on the river on the Tualatin. And because of the nature of the conversation and where it is, I think per Missy, I can probably call an executive session for that. So I'd like to do that before the charter meeting so that we can have a discussion about some of the things that are falling into my lap that I want to bring to all of you.
So have it before Tuesday?
Have it before the meeting, so we'd stack it. So before the meeting, before the charter meeting, we would have like a quick executive session, go over the resolution. We're thinking, I mean, that shouldn't take more than 10-15 minutes. Then we would roll into the charter session. We figured kill two birds with one stone if we're able to do it. So then we don't have to call everybody back or postpone out further. If you're all okay with that, but I'll leave that up to the group.
That one.
It's that one. Is there some conflicts?
I can't be here before probably 12:45, but if
Okay.
it's only gonna take 10-15 minutes, then that would work.
It shouldn't
I
take
can
very
read
long. I just I want to explain what I'm faced with. And then then we want to just talk about the resolution. Resolution's already written. Basically, it's requesting council give permission to the city manager to
So-
sign.
So the resolution, we can't talk about, we can't talk about that in the executive session, but. if
No,
we do-
but in an open, right?
But in an open forum,
At the start of the charter,
at the start of the charter, I just can make it a special meeting so you guys can vote on it if you.
special meeting into isn't the charter review already a special session?
Missy and I were kind of going back and forth on it, because if it was only just a charter item that we were going to talk about, I would say just work session would be fine.
But we can loop that into the special, like, we don't have to do a special session, work session. We just make it.
No, we could just make it all a special session.
Could we have that resolution like
I was gonna
today?
say, I send it to them. Can they do-
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Or upload or given to us before 1 o'clock on.
Well, what I'll do is, if it's okay, because there's a whole list of stuff that I want to send to you. I was telling Ronnie, we're gonna compile that, then I'll send it in my weekly report.
But if it's specifically for the meeting.
You want that in a separate email?
Yes,
Okay.
like on the agenda.
Yeah,
make
so,
the agenda-
today I'm getting that agenda out.
Okay,
Because we're gonna give you the charter too. We want
Yeah.
you to review the charter so you have it before the.
Yeah.
meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, because we did change, we took everything that you guys talked about and want to change. We did that. Plus I had staff review it. I had Benny review it
And Missy.
and Missy review it. And so there's a lot of changes that we did make.
are you giving us another red line version or like a?
I'm doing both.
Okay,
Yeah, red line and a clean version.
Clean version, yeah, it's easier to read.
Yeah.
okay, so 12:45 executive session, 1 o'clock special session.
That's on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
8 o'clock
Till
meeting, agenda meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Then we have.
Oh, yeah.
Day.
Yeah, we'll need a little break, have to go.
We will definitely need a
No, I
break.
don't.
That's cool.
I still need a break. Gosh, I'm
Okay.
Okay.
You're right. I forgot.
Teams.
Yeah.
Good.
We also scheduled
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuesday, 15 minutes over the charter review.
Yes, I'll skip Bill.
You guys must have yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly, guys, Dan, Sandy, Linda,
I can do it.
okay,
You guys are all good? Okay.
executive session 12:45, does that work with your schedule?
Send me a reminder.
We'll send you
No,
calendar
I need-
invites. So
You
that,
need the email.
Oh, you need the email. Okay.
Okay,
we'll send an email and then I'll send a calendar invite with an updated time. Does that work?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
anyone want to move to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second?
Yeah.
Second. All in favor?
Okay.
Have issues. Let's turn that. Okay. Meeting's adjourned.
Vince, do you wanna vote?
All right.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
I will miss this.
You're gonna miss it?